Podcast, episode 110. This episode, we're just gonna shoot the shit, have fun, like just talk about
Language, Padre.
whatever we want to talk about. Well, this episode's already gonna get demonetized. It's gonna happen anyway. Even though I'm not even monetized, so it doesn't matter.
Well, fuck.
This is definitely going to be a crazy nutty episode. So as you saw with the thumbnail, I want to introduce my nuts tonight.
A health warning: you must have your EpiPen available.
Yeah, please tell me you're not allergic to anything that we're talking about. Ryan, you wanna introduce yourself, brother, and what you do and where people can find you.
What's up, guys? Richard Ryan here. You can catch me live every Tuesday night, 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard, taking your video game requests for 80s, 90s games and playing 80s, 90s video game and toy footage.
All right.
Glad to be here for this shenanigans, crazy nonsense stream.
This is definitely not what was originally planned, guys. We originally were going to have, it was just going to be me, Ryan, and Matt, and we were going to talk about the original Xbox, but things kind of went awry. It's all right. I was able to get my dad and my best friend Josh on for us to be able to at least have a show tonight.
We're friends?
I would hope so. But if y'all, Dad, you want to introduce yourself? And
Hi, I'm Dad. Nice to meet you. I was walking to go to the store and they kidnapped me and told me I had to do this. So call the police. Send help.
I should have returned you.
And then
they tried to return you.
I don't fit in a box anymore. Sorry.
All right, and then Josh, you want to introduce yourself, brother, and then talk about like what you do, what you collect, maybe.
What he said. Me, I collect souls and enemies' tears. I like long walks on the beach and short walks as well because I'm fat. I had like Ultimate Elites by WWE and Mattel. They're right there. I had a whole large collection of wrestlers and I ended up selling them because times are hard and I don't think I want to collect the regular Elites anymore. I do NECA Turtles, G.I. Joe Classifieds. You can see a bit of my mess that I'm still working on. I got to get in the closet right there. It's full of shenanigans, as people say. I got Disney Gargoyles over there. And I got a nice little spot. Wait. I got something for y'all. Hang on. I forgot. I can turn this on real quick. And you'll know exactly what I collect. Hang on 5 seconds. Oh, shit. Wrong button.
Please tell me it doesn't vibrate.
It does. For her pleasure. And mine, apparently. There you go. All right, there you go. All right, here we go. And oh shit, can you see it? Hang on. It's on the wrong color. And all this shit talking. I got it right there. I gotta set it with the app. Bam. All right. As you can see, I like Spawn. Sign is from my mom for my birthday. I love it.
Well, let's see the wrestlers.
What you got left of the wrestlers?
Those are my alternate editions. Let's see. Threadheads made the Nitro, WCW Nitro entrance. It lights up, but I don't have a power bank on it. And then all these other guys are all ultimate editions. More posable, more accessories and whatnot. I like these a lot more than Elite, so that's why I decided just to keep them. So that Sting is an Elite, but we won't ever get an Ultimate edition of them. And I don't like AEW, so I ain't buying them. I do like Biker Mars from Mars, and then I got I like the classic X-Men, and then I had to get to Galactus and his Heralds. And of course, like I said, my mess. My classified G.I. Joes, not all of them, and then my NECA Turtles, which are in the bottom section, and then my movie Turtles, and then my Dragonfly. And then in the living room is my G.I. Joes, classics, and Marvel, Venom, and Carnage, and Spider-Man stuff. And then
what does that light up what does that light up Nitro go for now?
I think I got it for 240. I think it was 3D printed by Threadheads. Threadheads is my threadheads.com. I think it is. They do all custom clothing, jackets, and T-shirts with custom prints for not just wrestlers, for any toy line. They
Oh, I
got
thought it was
together with
that light up WWF sign that they were selling. That like
they
you know
after
the one I
the
mean?
crowdfund. Yeah, the crowdfunder, or the like it was a crowdfunder, like the HasLab and all that, but it was by Mattel, and then it didn't reach goal. So I guess I don't know all the details, but somewhere in China got with Threadhead. I guess they get the materials from them, and they said, "Hey, we can make we have the design. We can go ahead and 3D print it if you want to sell it." So that's what he did, and he also went up the crowdfunder and made the commentary WCW Nitro commentary disc with lights and all that as well. I think that one goes for like 125. You should be able to still find them, I think, on their website.
Mm-hmm.
But Threadhead they do custom clothing for any action figure. So if anybody wants to get their own custom designs, band shirts, or podcast shirts, you can probably go to them and talk to them. I know the guys personally. Well, not personally, I never met them in real life, but I have done good business with them, so I can hit them up. And if anybody needs help,
Do they
I was
do
thinking about doing
soft good
some,
clothes, or is it actually like
yeah,
okay?
and hoodies,
Mm-hmm.
like fake leather jackets. Like here's one right here. I got it for Seth Rollins, but I haven't got another one. But they did this jacket. It has the fluff and all that on that right up here for the collar, kind of like how the actual wrestler, not this guy, but how Seth Rollins wears it. And I just put it on him for now until I get another one. T-shirt wise, it's pretty good quality. They do front and back as well. Since they've been doing it, I have noticed a better product from Mattel when they have been making more shirts now. They're doing more pullovers for the action figures for the elites, not just the Velcro, goes down the back and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
But they do every now and then release one with the image on the back and Velcro, and it looks kind of shitty. But I do like the front and back shirts that they do produce, and if they do Velcro, I go to Threadheads and get a new shirt.
So
They used to
if you had a classic figure that actually had a costume at one point, can they reproduce it for you? Like
They
say
need to know.
$16 Man, G.I. Joe, and I'm talking 12-inch figure.
Or
I'm
even
pretty
on
sure
Mezco probably too, right?
you would have to give them the measurements, and then they could probably do it. I mean, it'd take them some time because they probably get the materials from China. I don't know the full detail, but it does take time if they have to custom make it. They do. They warn you of that on the website. But a lot of times, I always get mine when he's got them up on the page and he's advertising them, and you're like, you get 4 for 20. Oh, okay, cool. I want that. Because a lot of the shirts used to come plastic, and I hate that. When you're looking at your figures, I rather them have real clothes. It makes the figures pop more. They don't just look like they're just there.
Yeah, they don't look
And
panicky.
I thought about doing that for some of the GI Joes, like Outback, get them actual real shirt. Yes, he's painted with a shirt, but get him a real shirt so it looks a little bit more. You can put tears in it, whatever you want to make it look more rugged. You have that ability to. As well as some of the candle things you could probably make. Like you can make Slaughter have a jacket, like he does as his Ultimate Edition figure, which I do have over there. I mean, they have been doing hats even. Very seldomly do hats. They also do championship belts, but there's a lot of better guys out there for the belts, and I hate to put them down like that. But there's guys 3D printing them and putting them on leather straps, and they cost a pretty penny, but they hand paint them, or you can get them to paint yourself. But I'll tell you this, they go full detail on them, and they look amazing. I have not ordered any because, again, it's like $30 a belt. But granted, when Hasbro release wrestlers with belts, their belts are usually cost as much, if not more, than the figure. because that's what everybody tries to do. They buy the figure for the belt, take the belt, and they resell the figure for a quarter of the cost. So they spend it for $25. They'll try to sell the figure for $18, 15 to $18, maybe 20 sometimes, depending on who the character is, and they keep the belt. And then when they go to resell the belts, they're 10 to $20 each. So that's why it's very rare that you can get belts, but also why there's a good market for 3D printed ones, because, well, the options are endless. They can go any wrestling territory and make any belt. And you can get them any color you want too.
So have they been
So-
doing stuff with like the classified line too? Or is it
What,
just
the belt guy?
well the
Are you talking t-shirt people?
yeah.
No, but you have that option to talk to them. I have talked to them before about it. I just haven't pulled the trigger yet.
Mm-hmm.
Because at that time I was buying wrestling stuff. Like, you know, I have to pick and choose what I collect. Like what month I might get a couple wrestlers that I'm missing. Like these Ultimate Elites, they come in waves of 3 now. I just got. Well, luckily I had the money back then. I pre-ordered this last wave, which I think is 20 Ultimate Edition 24. It has Solo Sikoa, Finn Balor, and Bray Wyatt. Rest in peace. Matter of fact, they're right here. Well, 2 of them are here. That's Bray. He had a Mountain Dew. I forgot what they call it. It was like a special. There's a pitch black match, and that's the version right there. They give you the option with his skin tone too, but when to turn a giant black light in the ring, and he had this special paint on that looked like that. Matter of fact, here you go.
Show that orange looking Hulk for a second. There's a Hulk.
Hulk?
Orange.
No, there's Hulk over here.
Is it the
Like,
Red Hulk or the
That's a custom WCW one I made. And then there's the Hollywood, and then you got the classic WWE, his original looks. There's a new Ultimate Edition coming out where he looks like this white one, but instead of the white and red, it's going to be red and yellow. I am going to get that just for everybody. I know a lot of people hate Hogan right now. I like Hogan the wrestler, not the
not
person.
his person or his politics, right?
so
Yeah.
I don't, I'm a wrestling fan first. I try to keep
What
the
about
older.
what
There's
about
Dusty.
NWO Hogan?
I just had him. He's right there.
You want to get a
with the
close up? Can
outsiders.
you get a close up on him, Josh?
Well, I can't turn it. Hang on, let me see if I can turn the camera around.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. Okay. Sorry, first time user here. There you go. I can see what I'm doing. Yeah, he's been out. He has another version. They re-released them, and he has darker skin tone to look like he got a suntan. And of course, the outsiders are new. I got 2 sets of them. The other set's in the box in the closet because I'm a big Nash and Hall fan. And then that WCW Hogan, that the outfit is from a Legends Wave Elite that I took the shirt off because they haven't made. So the funny thing is, this was supposed to come out in a crowdfunder with a WCW Hogan Ultimate Edition, DDP, Diamond Dallas Page, Scott Steiner, Rey Mysterio, and then the bonus was Ultimate Warrior when he came in to fight Hogan. Since it didn't pass, they didn't make none of them. So I took the gear off of the Legends Wave Hogan, WCW, and put it on an extra Ultimate Edition Hogan. So that's why he's there with Jimmy.
My collection is
Of course,
a lot of
Gotta
the
have-
OG Hasbros, the '90s ones.
I got that's down here, which that Diesel and the Doink, you can't really see them. My lights are out of batteries. The Diesel and the Doink came in the '90s version, which is the what is it? The
No, but Josh, I'm saying I have the '90s Hasbros that are like the 5-inch figures.
yeah, I know. I'm telling you what I got. I know which ones you're talking about. The Hasbros. You just say the Hasbros. I know what they are. Yeah, but see here, they've continued since the old days. They made
Yeah,
even
I
more.
have the NWO ones of that. The ones they continue.
Yeah, but they did even more classic wrestlers and new wrestlers. I never got any of them, so that was a rabbit hole I didn't want to go down.
You don't do Mattel Superstars,
No, I just do these.
the He-Man
Oh,
size one.
I do have Hogan, Hall, and Nash. That's all I wanted. A lot of them I kind of wanted because the gear, a lot of them have soft goods and they look really good. But again, that's another rabbit hole I don't want to go down. I got to cut corners where I can because if anybody knows anything, NECA turtles are very expensive. Classifieds are expensive. The vehicles are very, very expensive. Ultimate editions run about $35 each, and when you get 3 of them, that's 100 with tax shipped out the door like $117. That's a pre-order.
You could get some more if you cash in your DMX chain.
No, just don't go nowhere. Mm-mm. Nope. That's always gonna stay on me.
What is it? What is that chain?
I didn't say nothing. It's a Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor,
Hammer,
Oh.
held by the children of Finver. The children of Loki is Finver, and I forgot the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
So we got Dookie Saurus Rex in the chat, and then we got Ballistic Coffee Boy Brian.
How
Hey,
can
guys.
I see the? Oh, there's the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, now I can see. I don't see nobody. Are they talking?
Yeah, there are people in the chat. It'll be on if you got the stream open, it'll be up there.
What's up, Dookie? What's up, Ballistics?
Oh, I got the chat open and I ain't saying nothing.
You gotta probably set it to all messages.
Or live chat. If you set it to live chat, it should show up everybody. But
They
yeah,
have
no.
they have you blocked, Josh, from when you did the shirtless stream.
Oh,
Scared
that's
small
cool.
children
Then why you on there?
because I'm an old ass child.
An old ass job. So yeah, no, I mean, so did you guys see the pictures for not a much just finished editing? No, I understand, man. I need to get a couple things edited too after I'm done with this, but
Who was editing, Ballistic or Dookie?
Ballistic was.
I
Yo,
can't see nothing.
Josh, that's an impressive collection, man.
You should see if he had his G.I. Joe, like the original vintage stuff. I know he just put it all up. I know you're making that face.
No, it's not all up. I got to put it up. The flag's put up. Like I said, the flag's in the storage. I got to get everything out of the storage. I got more GI Joes in closet. I got more GI Joes in storage. I got the flag in storage. The Terradrome's here. The larger vehicles are here. The smaller vehicles are in storage. Sold my box. It's the convention exclusives, which sucks.
Yeah, to Rob.
I
Yeah,
still-
you sold him back to
I
Rob.
still have the majority of everything else in there. Few of
Be
the
careful be careful having stuff in storage, man. We've had some friends with some nightmare stories about.
I'm gonna be getting my stuff.
broken into.
I check it regularly, and I'm gonna be getting it out of storage. I can't afford it no more.
Yeah.
They keep raising the rent up. Now it's $80 a month. It went from 40. No, it went from $29 to $80 now. And I can't do it no more.
Mhm.
So Josh, on your pieces, how many pieces do you have now versus what you had before you sold a bunch of them?
Wrestlers wise,
Yeah.
Or just in general, your I guess overall collection besides the
I have way more now than I ever had in my life. Because let me just show y'all something. This ain't all I got. Like I said, there's more stuff.
The Trish Stratus nude figure.
No, I have the magazine. There.
the
There's stuff
Playboy.
in here I haven't opened yet.
That goes back to the other conversation, but
You see how that
moving right
majority
along.
of these boxes have stuff in them I can't even display.
It looks like a fucking toy warehouse in there, Josh.
Exactly. So I pick and choose what I got. Oh, look, there's Wild Bill. Ah!
Another jab, Josh. Another jab. Thank you.
Sorry,
Look,
I had to.
I'll
all the
work with
dumb-
Rob to figure out if we can get you a Wild Bill, Dad. I mean,
Oh, it's gonna be easy. Just give it time. I could find you one. I know people.
yeah, you are looking at like two of the guys. Well, actually, you're looking at the 4 guys on YouTube right now that could probably find any toy figure that you guys had as kids, easily. I mean, we have like most of the connections to.
I like all those. I like all the modern wrestler figures. It's just like Vince will tell you my collection is so based around 80s, 90s, everything.
Mhm.
Just the 80% of my figures are 80s, 90s figures. So
I mean, I wanted to go that route, but I like the posability I can do with these now.
yeah.
Like, okay, let me give you an example. This has been one of my favorites
Here,
just
I'm gonna
because I can recreate this.
change the view real quick, guys. Give me a second
Oh,
so
I
that way
gotta
you
change.
can see.
I gotta change the view
Yeah, hold on.
to do this.
Make it do where
I
people can
mean,
see it better. Go
I
ahead.
need to get. I wish I could turn the lights. When Shawn Michaels holding the belt, I mean, you could do this with the classic wrestling. Now you can do it. That's the same pose. Well, the belt was in his hand, but that
Let me
same
ask you
pose.
this: like, what's your cutoff? I mean, are you like a 85 to like maybe 2000, 2001 guy, or you like love all wrestling, all eras?
I like the eras I grew up on. The golden,
Yeah,
the
same here. Same here.
the golden. That's why I said I have. I'm trying to get all of them. I got the Steiner brothers on the way. 25 is up for pre-order still, which is Muda, the Great Muda, Damian Priest, and I can't remember. Oh, The Rock, the new version of Rock, where he calls himself the final boss. And then I got the Steiner brothers going to be here Monday. They're from WCW.
What would you say was the last great year for wrestling? What's your cutoff? Like the last great year?
Yeah, Attitude Era was always going to be the best. The PG Era was kind of had a lot of ups and downs. I love wrestling today. With Triple H in charge, it's come a long way, and it's very fun now. That's why when I get off this, I'm gonna go watch the Saturday Night Main Event, which is back. Even Jesse Ventura's back on it. Which, if you're a fan of the Golden Era, you grew up watching Jesse on Saturday Night Main Event, hosting it. So that's a plus. And then we got. I always get excited every year. Doesn't matter how shitty wrestling is or how good. Royal Rumble starts on the road to WrestleMania. I always get excited to watch because you never know what might happen, who might come out. And then the Elimination Chambers after that. I love the Elimination Chamber, the way it's built. I've watched every one of them. And then WrestleMania is my Super Bowl now. As of the last couple of years, you get 2 nights of it. And they try to do it on Saturdays. So Sundays is more free for families to do more activities together. It wasn't like before when we were growing up watching either on Squiggly Lines or going to a friend's house on Sunday and then staying up all night watching it and trying to make it home or, oh, I got to calm down from this adrenaline rush and figure out what you're going to do for bed. It's a lot more fun. Of course, you got Survivor Series SummerSlam, which is always fun, especially if they're doing classic Survivor Series matches, which is the 5-on-5.
Have you watched any of like the 3 or 4 seasons of Dark Side of the Ring? Are you watching any of the
Of course.
A&E bios?
Yeah, I do. I watch all of them.
The A&E bios are really good.
Yep, they are. I try to watch. Good.
I was gonna say, what did you think of the Vince McMahon
Documentary on Netflix? That was really good. I like that.
on Netflix?
Oh, just wait till Dark Side makes theirs. Netflix did a fluff piece, so there's a lot.
It started out a little bit tougher, but then it turned into.
But
Josh, I thought Dark Side did an hour though. They did an hour thing on him.
They're gonna do like a bigger thing on him.
Okay.
Poor Vince McMahon.
It's gonna be good. He did it to himself. That's why at the end of the Netflix one, he walked off.
Let me ask you this: why have we not gotten like there's some wrestlers they haven't done yet, like anything on for Dark Side, like Rick Rude or like Mr. Perfect or like
just
some of those guys.
Well, do you want them to have more seasons, or give you it all now? You want to give you all the episodes now, or stretch it out?
Yeah.
And plus, they probably don't have all the information, so just give it time. We're bound to have more because it's so successful. So successful. I'm thirsty. Sorry.
Isn't Dark Side of the Ring on Vice?
Yeah, Vice.
Yeah.
Where I've been.
But you could do it on YouTube as well.
Josh,
there's also Dark Side of the '90s. What?
I was gonna say, would you mind showing off like your shelves for your Joes if they're in a presentable thing? Okay, that won't worry about it.
I can't even get to them. I'm gonna be another time.
Your vintage ones, right? You can't get to them.
Yeah, I mean they're dusty, and
Okay.
I got stuff in front. I got. That's what I said. I need help moving much stuff. I'm getting a lot better since the hospital, and the chiropractor's really been helping me get
Mhm.
my sciatica under control, which is good. Come a long way. Ever since that last trip, my sciatica got so bad I could barely do anything. But now I can actually walk around and do stuff. But I
Will
gotta
there
sit in
be
that
a?
chair.
What do you think there'll ever be a King of Queens season 10 you'll be in?
I hope. I haven't been called looking like Kevin James in a long time.
The stunt.
I'm
Yeah, he
always-
was the stunt double. Yeah.
He was the
I'm
stunt
always-
double for Kevin.
I'm always
James.
told I get either Big Show or Kevin
Yeah.
James,
Jeez.
or like Rob says, or that we really do look like brothers because we're big and bearded.
Yeah, but these guys don't know who Rob is, so
No, I was just looks
yeah,
like a
I
big
know.
bearded
Yeah,
guy.
yeah, he looks like a yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
wait, I got you. Hold what you got. Oh shit, let me get my other phone.
I can't
I got
stand
this.
looking at other people's classic GI Joes. Oh, I sold
Why?
all of mine to Stu.
Well, that
I'm
or
wondering-
like a lot of them were
Oh, well,
Just sold in
yeah,
general?
The ones sold, yeah, in
Yeah.
general. Yeah.
Well,
I'm
I mean,
wondering-
okay.
I got 22 of them, and they're my favorite characters of Joe's from that period. And I'm
All right,
never
here.
getting rid of those.
That's Rob, and that's me, obviously.
and Rob looks more
I'm-
much more grayer now.
Oh yeah. So
I'm
yeah,
wondering if this Netflix price hike to 18 next month
Is gonna
has
kill
anything to
the.
do with all the WWE buyout stuff. They're trying to make some money back, you know.
wait, start over. What's going on?
Well, Netflix is doing a price hike next
Oh
month.
yeah, it is because of the new, WWE, the new documentaries, the new movies. They're
Yeah,
getting
that's
more and
what I
more
thought.
movies. So I mean, of course, they're going to try to find a way to make money.
Mine's
you
already
go, what?
24.
Well, I
How
thought
many
it was
people
also
are yours?
because of the sharing of everybody sharing their.
Well, that too. That's why I was asking your dad.
Yeah.
Here's
What?
a. Can y'all see that?
Here, let me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, barely. It's fine.
Here, wait. I can just send you the picture. Can you put it up there on your
Yeah.
So
screen?
why don't you have a YouTube channel, Josh?
We tried
I
to do
work-
one back in the day.
I work too much there, and I hate that. But I gotta.
You work doing what?
I work oil field, the warehouse, Pentagon Freight Services here in Houston.
Whole Foods?
Pentagon Freight
field.
Services, oil
Yeah.
field,
Oil field.
like basically Halliburton, Seadrill. Who isn't our customer right now? Great Lakes, that's based out of Galveston. All these oil field companies send us their stuff. We check it, pack it, store it, load containers, offload containers, get it to the airlines, get it on boats. I mean, we do a lot.
Hmm.
I've been working there for over 12 years. I'm one of the receiving leads.
Well, if you get your sciatica fixed, you can go back to your gigolo job too and make extra money.
Who says I'm not
My
jiggling?
wife's laughing over here. Brian, dude, like toy collecting is such an expensive hobby. I mean, it's much more than video games. It's much more than most, unless you collect cars or like expensive items. I mean,
Don't ever start. Listen to me. No,
Why are you yelling?
because
That's
they
not
need to
joking.
know.
It's called dramatic effect.
Yeah,
No.
they need to know how much debt and how much money and how much too much.
Okay, here's your choices. Go on vacations, make those memories, go out there and get your expensive cars, eat your exotic foods, or learn to eat ramen, live paycheck to paycheck, but be happy with all this bullshit.
Okay, wait a minute. You left off something. It's have a girlfriend, have toys.
Hey, whoa.
Or-
Whoa. You didn't have to go that far, dude. That Ooh,
Well,
that's
you gotta
fun.
be honest with people.
That-
Remember,
that's-
this is
that's-
for
that's-
dramatic.
No, they
That's
got
a
to learn
low-
on their own.
That's a low blow. That's a low blow.
Well, not all women don't support this. I mean, you know, some women do, and those who have them are lucky.
Yeah, but girls love toys in the bedroom.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God!
Oh, get that rocket ship toy.
Omega Supreme's missile. I'm sorry.
Honey, have you seen my missile for Omega Supreme? No.
I haven't
My
seen
missile, my missile
nothing.
for the Rolling Thunder. Where did it go? My
Yeah.
wife's dying over here. Oh my god, yeah. Just like getting cheap
Here-
stuff at the
here-
thrift stores was such a great thing, but you can't do that anymore. You can barely. But
No,
we still
no,
see
you
it.
can. No. You
Okay,
can.
what?
There's
Ollie's?
assholes out there doing it. There's assholes doing it, and they're doing it for the wrong reasons. They're not doing it like back in the day, like, oh my God, I found this. I can't wait to get it home and put it in my collection. No, it's like,
No,
oh my God,
wanna
I can't
get
wait
it
to make
resell.
I can't wait. Yeah, I
Yes.
can't wait to make a buck off this. So
mean,
raw stuff.
Trying to go
you-
and find some, like, just for classic Star Wars. There's like tons of those shops over here. Every now and then I'm going through trying to find the pieces are missing for some of the figures I have. And the figures are 20, 30, 40, 50 bucks. Trying to rebuild the Millennium Falcon that I have
Like,
right
the
now.
pieces.
It's $100 for some
accessories?
of those pieces.
Yeah,
I'm like, I mean, if I had a 3D printer, I'd make them myself.
and
Oh,
like,
there, Vince. Vince, pick the pictures you want, and you can put them up for everybody.
yeah, okay. Give me a minute. I'll get
That's
that
the
going.
Joe ones.
Yeah, because BCB Ryan Ballistic, he's a big Atari collector, and like I can imagine just like how expensive some of that stuff is. You know, because even like at a certain point, like some of that stuff is extremely rare. Some of those games, especially in like a good condition with the box and manual. Yeah, let me get that up. I'm not trying to kill you, sweetie. You send it over.
No.
You send it over through.
Send it
Facebook?
to your Facebook Messenger.
Okay, I'll get it.
That way, quickly, you can pick and choose what you want to show.
Let me download them real quick. Save images as. Yeah.
Yeah, I always kind of wanted to do a wrestling channel on YouTube and talk figures and stuff. It was, especially seeing so many people do it now. It's like, man, I wanted to do that way before they did. Meaning
didn't
that
let
I'm
myself-
older than a lot of the people I've seen. So I'm like, back when I was younger, I wanted to do it. Now seeing these younger guys do it, it's like, and they're actually like using that money that they make off the channel to buy more shit or get free shit. And it's
Yeah,
like
most of them do it so they can start
It
getting
could be me.
those
endorsements.
to
I mean,
review.
Yeah, I mean that's.
Endorsement.
I'd love to be able to get like Hasbro to send me a box of Transformers or GI Joes like they do everyone else that does reviews of stuff. So I'm gonna get on that bandwagon. Might as well. Besides doing the podcast and stuff like this.
We need to talk to Walter and see if he'd
Yeah,
be
who you
willing
just-
to hook up with Josh, and they could do one on Joe
Yeah.
and wrestling.
We could do a
So
GI
this-
Joe
hey.
one.
This podcast or this episode is brought to you by Hasbro. Thank you. I would like to thank the Academy. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Hasbro.
They love you. They really love you.
love
Dude, like, have you seen the boxes that some people get for like stuff when they're doing the promos and things?
Yeah.
The figures.
it's a promotional masterpiece box full of T-shirts and hoodies and
Mm-hmm.
candies and posters. And you get either figures of video games that get a cool cover, coasters. It's like, I like coasters. I got coasters. I mean, what's wrong with me? But
I'm a cool
Yeah.
dude. I
but then we ain't going to all the conventions and blowing up their messengers and whatnot. And we have
That's
lives
a ru-
outside of this.
Yeah, that's a rough life too, man. Though, because you remember what it was like when
Well,
we
I
were having
see-
to do all the cons.
When I see the prices at these conventions, I don't want to go.
I don't want to go because how many people go to them. I don't
Yeah.
like dealing with people because I deal with them on a weekly basis with stupid drivers. And then you go to these conventions, and some of these people don't use deodorant. I know it's like a random topic, but you're sitting there in line trying to either get an autograph or some art, or you want to look at some figures in the little toy stands, and you can't have that. You're sitting there, and I don't want to
you
do
get
that.
sick. It's like I'd go to meet up with like Vance and the friends I've met on YouTube, but it's like, yeah, everybody that I know that seems to come back from the conventions, they get sick almost every time. And when you look at the prices at the convention, they got the nerve to charge above eBay prices a lot of times, which is
Oh, they do.
fucking weird.
They
I'll
do.
sit in my ass and shit there.
Well,
Today was the local
Nice.
Houston Toy Cycles toy show.
oh,
And
yeah, I missed that.
I've been to them. I've been to that show, and I've been to Mike Garcia, who's I know people don't know him. He was the originator here. He does Gulf Coast Toy Show. Also a personal friend of mine.
Mm-hmm.
He lives down the street from me, so we usually he'll find me stuff or I find him stuff.
Very cool dude.
He was the originator here that throws a toy show, and he'll be at the front greeting people as they come in, and I'll be standing there like, dude, did you go see? He goes, yeah, man, I can't believe their prices are that high, but you know what? He's not gonna turn away because they buy a table there.
Yeah.
But they learn, and people are like, man, nobody wanted to buy nothing. He's like, well, lower your prices, you dumbass.
Well,
But-
that's the problem. I mean, because even going
You
to the
can't
game,
even barter anymore.
no, you can't.
Hey,
No, they won't.
They-
Because
oh, you
they
sell
can
it for
they
50?
know that they can sell it on eBay or on one of these other
No,
internet channels.
they don't want to use eBay no more because they
What's
put
up,
too much
Tyler?
prices.
That was just an example, Josh. But I've
Yeah,
walked into
no,
stores
I'm
where
saying.
I'm looking for legend stuff, and it's so expensive. And I go, hey, how about cutting me a deal on this? Give me 10-20% off, because it'll walk off the store, and especially when it's covered in dust and you know that it hasn't been touched.
Oh,
And they
that's
go, "Oh, no,
that's
no,
Third
no,
Planet.
no."
No, we can talk
I'm
about
not
Third
just talking
Planet.
about Third Planet.
We
I've
can
gone
talk
to some
about
of the toys
TJ.
here in Houston in Dallas. that
Hey,
do it.
I've gone to Floyd Shooter's house and tried to barter with him, and it was
You
dusty.
ain't
He wouldn't make me a
getting
deal
any
either.
no, you've been chasing this for a long time. You ain't getting any of it.
Most of your shit's in totes. You don't even know what you got half the time.
Yeah, that's true. I
And
don't
then like 5 years later, he goes, I know I had that figure in his tote. Where the hell did that figure go? Like, damn it, they got you again? Yeah, motherfuckers. Every time. Am I wrong?
No, I've lost more stuff than you'll ever own.
I don't know about that, dude. I've lost quite a bit too. I think we're about even now.
Yeah.
I've had stuff just come up missing in here. Not here. Was it here or the last one?
Well,
Even Richard's like, he scratches his head like, how the hell the maintenance man?
it's
must
probably
have
the
took it. I
main.
mean,
Well,
we
dude,
don't know.
like as much stuff as like either me, like, because remember when you were living at that one apartment, we had somebody
Oh, yeah.
that came in and stole like games, some of your figures.
Oh, yeah.
I
No,
mean,
that's
I
true.
had let you borrow stuff. They stole that.
Uh,
But and
but here's the
go ahead.
I'm pretty good though. No, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I'm pretty good. Like I sit here and my way of meditating is just looking at everything. Like I work for this, very proud of this. Damn, I got a lot of shit. I'm proud of this. And if something moves or falls, and I'm like, I already know where it was. So when I walk in the living room, even I kind of like glance over, and if I see something move, like the cat moved it, what the fuck? I go fix it. I kind of know where everything has a place and it needs to be in its place.
Everything has
in
a
my
place, and you know where it is, and you instantly
yeah,
know when.
and when you
something's
look at it,
missing.
you're like, "Where's that at?" Start looking on the floor, like, "Where did it go?" Then everybody, like I said, there's been times, not recently, but back in the day, where like, "Where'd it go?" It was there. I don't play with my shit. It goes up there, and I might dust it off. All my toys, and I had the phrase, and it's be gone.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have a cat. I mean, a dog is a little bit easier.
Excuse me.
But when you
there's
have
two
cat-
cats here. There's two
Okay.
cats here.
To his cats.
I mean,
yes.
I wasn't talking about
There's
you
two
and
cats.
Richard. The
Okay, one of his
I'm
cats is like
talking
a Black
about-
baby Black Panther.
I know. When you have cats, they get up on shelves, they knock stuff down, they drag it off, they chew on stuff. Why is this chewed up?
Well, luckily she doesn't do that. She just knocks it off the shelf.
Mhm.
She
Yeah,
doesn't
it's
chew.
it's
She's-
that whole thing of
Yeah,
Yeah.
and if it ends up on the floor, then it's fair game for the dog.
Oh yeah. No, I found my V1 Beachhead on the floor, and that was, if anybody knows me, I love that figure because I had him as a child. He's one of my favorite characters. I just remember it's my Beachhead. I look, what? There it is. I've got him, and then like, no, the grenade satchel's gone.
What?
So then, like, for the longest time, I was sad. I'm like, oh god, I have to rebuy the whole figure. Luckily, the grenade satchel came out of nowhere on the floor. I'm like, woo, win. And, nothing happened to it. It just got separated from the figure. I'm like, thank God, I don't have to rebuy another one. Because at that time, I think it went up to like $30.
Oh yeah, they're expensive now, man. Like,
So I
Yeah.
have a question about collecting and toys like that, and knowing that a lot
Shoot,
of these
shooter.
companies still have their dies and the tools and all the stuff for the things they've built in the past, yet they keep selling us more and more expensive things,
Because they can.
playing up on nostalgia when they could go back and reproduce some of these just non-existent toys anymore. So people who've been collecting for years can actually have one to go on their shelf.
They do, but it also defaces the value of the older ones.
No,
Okay.
you can they
Okay.
when
Here's an
Star
example.
Wars re-released it, they put a stamp on those figures somewhere that shows the date.
yeah, that they were
You know what
reproduction.
you're getting and when it was manufactured. I'm talking about people who just want to fill their caps that are collectors.
I like how
something
you
happened.
how you say gaps, not holes.
Hey, yep, gaps. Excuse me.
No, but
And
no.
if they
look
really
at
wanted
Real
to do
Ghostbusters.
something for the fan, they could do that. Fans, they could do
Look
that.
at
but
look
they
at the Real
don't.
Ghostbusters. Oh, look at the Real Ghostbusters. All that stuff was hitting high notes, reselling. Carter figures were doing real good. They were hard to get. They re-released them. The price on the originals went down. They re-released Slimer. They re-released Stay Puft. They released the Ecto One, and now they did the Firehouse. Everything's shot down because of that.
Well, they haven't done the
Another-
Firehouse yet. Have
It's coming out.
Ryan? Did you
Yeah.
hear that?
For
The Firehouse is coming.
Yeah, for the three. It's for the three.
Yeah, for the
Yeah,
original.
for
Yeah,
the-
they're re-releasing it.
Yeah.
Okay. So Turtle Van, the classic Turtle Van in the box,
Party
the
Wagon.
original one shot.
Yeah.
Party Wagon.
Okay,
shot
so
down.
then
Blimp
that
came
tells
out.
me if that's affecting the
So
price.
for this one, they're coming out for the.
So if that's affecting the price, then the prices on these these more classic originals are overpriced.
Well, they are
Because-
they are overpriced.
Well,
It is.
There's nothing we can do about it because we're going to buy them.
Right.
Or we're
No,
not
I'm
going to
not.
buy them. And well, you don't have to, but there's going to be people that do. And those who don't, they'll go to Ross and they'll buy them anyway. And then guess what? They'll buy them for $3 and still flip them for $6 later on.
Yeah,
later
the
on,
convention
once
because
once
the
nostalgia
general
picks
market
up
that
and it
didn't
goes,
find it.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
I
It's
mean,
just how it is.
the good thing is like this is something I've talked about before a long time ago. Is that why can't you just reproduce these figures? You have the molds. It's just more money because like a company.
It's all about
doesn't-
money.
A company doesn't make money from vintage toy sales.
No, that's
Nope.
all third market.
So-
But now they can. Now they can when they put a little crank in the gears of resellers by reducing them and shipping them out.
Yeah,
well,
like
it's
now they're
all about
making-
creating. It's all about creating an artificial shortage.
Oh, and real quick, to get you to buy these retros, they're unpunched. Most
Oh,
of
yeah,
them are
they're changing,
unpunched
yeah.
coming out of the box.
yeah.
So collectors go, ooh, I could get a Mondo Gecko unpunched on card. Oh yeah. It doesn't matter that it's not retro or it's not old school. It's retro and it looks cool. And oh, I got an unpunched one. Oh wait, I can go get it graded. That's how
Which
people
makes-
waste money.
Well, but
which
see, the thing
makes
is that- but
which
that's-
makes the graders rich.
Right.
Because-
it does. It
I hate
also
that whole
takes a
thing.
toy out of circulation for someone to have to display or do whatever they want with it. Because like I
Mm-hmm.
don't buy to resell. I buy this stuff because I enjoy it and it'll get passed to my son or they'll
Sadly.
go if I go my wife is supposed
Wow.
to give all this stuff to Rob to sell and then, you know, that way she'll get money from it and then it'll help for Edwards whatever he needs. You know. But
Mine goes to Rob too, and then goes to Emily and Angela.
yeah. So I mean, but it's like why not? I mean, like I enjoy this stuff. I mean, like I enjoy video games and movies and toys, and this is my hobby. I enjoy it, but it's like it makes it unfun when you have these guys that are in it just for the money. They're in it for, like,
Hmm.
it's the Superman. What is it? The first issue, first appearance of Superman with the Action Comics.
Action Comics, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Okay. Now, why is that worth money? Because it went up in value as those issues died, were destroyed,
and slowly,
or were ruined. So there was fewer and fewer stock, and it raised the value of the existing
Mhm.
material. When there's something, when they got to hide it in a warehouse so they can elevate the price of it, that's an
Artificial
unnatural process. That's artificial
it's scarcity.
shortage.
Yep.
You know, and we didn't learn anything from the 90s when they almost drove the comic industry out, and later they applied it to toys, and they drove toy stores out of the market, basically kidnapping everybody and making us
Destroyed
beholden
Toys R Us.
to second
KB Toys are gone. I mean,
second market
yeah.
retailers.
I mean, we're technically seeing it now with the video game industry, and we've been seeing it for a while, but like, we're it's gonna crash again. They're making too many AAA games. They just can't make the money for it because whatever reason. And like, even with the toys, it's like they're too expensive. You're looking at a G.I. Joe classified figure, like what? Saw Viper and Leatherneck, like $29. They're not even 24 anymore.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, originally the Black Series figures were $20, and they're going up to $30. And it's like, as soon as we knew that, like, or as soon as they knew that people were going to shell out money for like Super 7 for $50, $54 for those figures, or $30 to $35 to $40 for like anything from NECA. Yeah, people, they know it's not meant for kids anymore. It's meant for adults, and they know they can charge an absorbent amount for it because we're going to pay for it. But it doesn't help because they artificially decrease the amount of product on the shelves or how to get it. The scalpers or resellers come in, grab it, sit on the product, and slowly sell it out as to hopefully increase the value of it, which prices us out of the market for it.
Oh, the worst thing they ever did was start allowing it to go to retailers, like comic shops, toy stores first, that they got the first offline, and then they would be jacking the price up because you got it early before it went into the retail stores. And then the retail stores come in and go, oh, well, look, this is what everybody else is getting. We're going to jack the price up.
Not looking diamond.
They're about to go bankrupt or whatever.
Well,
that's what they get.
Yep.
That was long overdue. Come on, let's just say it. Get it out. It's long overdue. They've screwed over way too many people.
Too many people. Let's bring Ryan back in here. He's been awful quiet.
Ryan, you there?
What you got, Ryan?
He's like, oh shit, I had it on mute. I've been talking this whole time. Right there, he fell asleep.
Or he probably went to go make rounds. So,
Okay.
But no, I mean, there's it's a sad time because, at least with the reissues, with some of the stuff that's coming out, at least like with, it seems like Playmates and in like Mattel understand that these are still for kids. So like, you can get this for $10.
Some, not all.
No, these turtle figures, they're $10. Target.
Yeah, I've seen
and Walmart.
Some of these coming out.
I know.
Not all.
But there's
that's good at $10.
But, and the difference though is like, we got Hasbro re-releasing the Ghostbuster figures. $20 for this. This should have been a $10 figure.
Yep.
$10 figure. You got, but like the Motu figures, which is still Mattel, those are like anywhere between $10 to $14. They're not expensive. Even the like wrestlers and the new Eternia figures, the Masterverse stuff, is like no more than $22. I mean,
that's what I was saying. Ultimate editions are $35.99 to damn near $40 now.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I had to turn off elites. Elites are $25.99, and I'm like, nope, can't do it no more.
You know what's funny? If you were watching during Christmas, or you would just go to any store like Target or wherever, I can remember walking through with y'all and watching people buy their kids 4 or 5 toys. Now the parents are like, "Hey, this is expensive. I get you one," and then the kids are trying to figure out which one they want, you know. And sometimes they'll pick a figure and you'll hear a parent say, "Well, you don't have any of those, but I want it. I can get more." And then the kid goes home, doesn't have anything else to play with it, and that goes off and gets lost in some toy box or whatever. You can't buy your kids parts. I mean, not parts, but multiple toys so they can actually interact with these figures. They
Well,
now
not just that.
are training another generation to just be somebody who puts something on a shelf instead of playing with it.
I'm sorry, but the generations or the imaginations that children have now are not like how it was when we were younger. We could get one figure and put it with another toy line and make an
A
awesome
multiverse, yeah.
battle.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
you're right. Yeah, you don't have the hero and the villain. Or you might have two of the villains because your mom didn't want to get you the hero. And you're
Or
just like,
I don't like the way that one looks. It's too scary for you.
yeah,
It's a villain,
Always
Mom.
I always love that. Yeah. But back then, though, we'd go outside and play. Now it's like cutting teeth trying to get kids to go outside because it's video games and cell phones and
Well,
Roblox,
part of it is
Fortnite.
part of it too is like depending on like the neighborhood. Like
Yeah.
even with like
Oh yeah,
like where I live, it's not the greatest neighborhoods, but the problem is that there isn't any kids really on the street that are at like Edward's level. They're not 10. They're like younger or they're older. So it's like he can't like be someone with at his age like we could have back then.
oh yeah. There's also backyards, not just the front yards.
True. That is very true.
You can make little bases outside. Either way, the imagination's there. You just got to know what to do.
Yeah, exactly.
I get,
Most
and
kids are
plus
part
you're
of their
supposed to be watching your kid anyway, so
Mm-hmm.
they're not going to be out there by themselves. You'd be out there with a window open, at least keeping an eye on them. But
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Still,
when I was growing up,
I-
it was get the hell out of the house and don't come back
Well,
till the sun.
for me too.
The sun was going down.
Hey,
So my parents didn't know.
It was you go stay out until the lights come on. If that light
The lights come on,
fully,
yeah.
that
The
light
sun
came on
went
fully,
down,
and
yeah.
I wasn't home, my dad would have my ass. And my
And-
dad.
They didn't know where the hell we were.
No, we didn't have
My
cell
parents
phones.
knew I had walked all the way to McCreeless Mall. I'd have gotten my, knocked out of me. 'Cause I was almost 7 miles away from home.
I rode my bike everywhere. I miss kind of that freedom. Just getting on your bike, going to Stop and Go, getting the summertime drinks for a quarter.
Oh yeah.
As long as you had the cup, you go in there for a quarter, get a refill, and go ride bikes all day. And then like when the pool opened up, the pool, and then we used to ride down to the card shop and get comic cards. And man, I remember so many good memories of getting out of the house. And of course, go to the empty culverts and go ride your bikes. Hope to God you don't fall. And then, of course, when that light started flickering, you're like, oh, it's time to haul ass. And of course, I don't know how many times I get home right when the light comes on and I'm acting like I'm playing basketball outside. Oh, yeah.
I was here the whole time.
I was here the whole time. How come you ain't inside cleaned up? Oh, I had to finish my game. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, even with Edward, right? He has that phone he's attached to that his grandmother got him for his birthday. And like he's playing Roblox, but I've been working on weaning him off that,
Hey, wait. Kind of reminds me of the stories I used to hear about his old man. And hang on. Let me get to a safe spot.
No. At least I was playing multiple games. Like, he's playing one. He's playing
There's a
one
crisis.
game, but with
There
all
is
of
a
his
crisis.
cousins. And it's like,
Well, yeah.
that's
What about when the crisis happens? Wait, I got it at the same point. We're dying, man.
there's hurricane
The
coming,
high-
that's
the-
a tornado.
There's a tornado coming. The apartment's on fire. What? I gotta find a save point, boy.
No, I'll punch a wall if the fire's if the
But,
apartment's
Yeah.
on fire.
That'll help the fire go through the hole.
I'm putting ventilation holes in here.
Ultimately, that is the responsibility of the parent.
It is.
Everything
get
has got to
them
be done in
engaged
moderation, and
Exactly.
we've got to take away the
Yeah.
electronics.
Parents are lazy. They just want to give their kids something to shut them up.
Well, it's not
Let's
about
just be
it's not
honest.
about lazy though. It's also because the fact that
Parents are lazy. No, parents are lazy.
no, not
They
but
want to
not,
come home.
not all parents are lazy though. Some of them are so busy because they're working 2 jobs. Maybe
I know.
and they're trying to do everything they can and they
But
just
there's
don't
lazy
have the
parents.
time. But there are many that just use it as a pacifier to keep their kid away from it. And it's changing the dynamic of the children.
It's changing
that
their
age.
brains.
Right. And
It's
this,
actually changing the
Don't
way they
ever say
process
Jimmy
information.
Silverson. That's what Vince goes on to specifically say. Do not say that Jimmy Silverson.
Sorry about that.
did Vince say what? Vince said what? I didn't remember what I said. Or which Vince are we
No.
talking about?
McMahon.
There's 2
But,
Vinces
No,
here.
Emily sent
And
me
then-
something. I was just checking on it.
And then there's the extreme of that is where some parents keep their children so busy they don't have any personal time.
Right.
know?
And it's hard too because looking at it from the perspective of what my son goes through, he doesn't have any friends here. I mean, he has friends at school, but it's like getting them like a parent in this day and age to like allow their kid to come over to another person's house that they don't know.
Yeah, but
is-
look how crazy things are. I can't really blame a parent for not wanting their kid to go over there until you get to really know them.
Mhm.
Because
And you
There's so many
know-
crazy-
there's too many
people.
unknown factors, right? But on top of that, all of his cousins, none of them are here. The only
Yeah.
one is Zach. That's it. All of them are either in Austin or in Dallas. None of them are here. So how does he play with them? How does he interact with them? Through his phone. And it's, I worry because he's not getting that. Sometimes like doing things through a phone, you don't get that physical interaction. You don't get to see like everything behind the scenes. Like I didn't get to see like, for us, we were there physically, we got to learn how to adapt and become better individuals because we experienced life with other people. With him, it's like he does it virtually with other people.
And that's
You don't get
that's
to see
something
the
that-
mannerisms.
that's
You don't get
going
to
on a
see.
lot.
Yeah, you're there's a lot
But
of things that are missing.
You got to be able to also, as a parent, to get in there on the floor and play with them.
Mm-hmm.
You go in there and show them how to play and build that want within them so that they enjoy it. Because children, there's so much in competition for children's attention that even as a parent in a normal situation, we're losing control of that. We're losing our own ability to communicate with our children. Getting them out like we used to do, go to the park, go do something physical and burn off that nervous energy, like when sitting in school or sitting at home on a Saturday and it's boring, and I'm hollering at you to get off the game system. Let's go do something. We would go over to that park and we'd hike and we'd do all kinds of things. We
Mhm.
went and did archery. We'd go to the batting cages. We went to the
Laser tag,
arcades.
arcades. Yeah.
Anything to get us out and have something to do something together.
And that's what I did
And-
today with Edward. I mean, me and him went out. I had to go get some shelving from Home Depot. We walked around Walmart. I had to get some stuff, packing material. We went around and running a couple errands, and it was just me and him. I got him off the phone, and we were talking and listening to music while we were doing all this stuff. So it's like that's what needs to happen more with parenting for a child in this day and age. But like even like you said, Dad, just getting down on the floor with them on their level to get them to open up, to get them to experience something different than the world and reality that they pray for themselves.
Because while you're down there playing with them and talking to them, you're building trust,
Mhm.
and they will come and talk to you, and it tightens the closeness of the family.
Mhm.
Um,
So and it's just
but
it's
I think
it's
we've
weird.
addressed all this before, though, in conversations.
What we have.
Come on, Ryan, come back and save us. Give us something. Give us your wisdom.
He's he told me he's busy at the moment. He'll come back in a little bit. But no, I don't know, but it's all goes down to the whole thing of like just the changing of what we know was reality for us back in the last 3 decades, before now. Everything has changed. Like toys aren't for kids anymore. Like even if they are for kids, they're small stupid things that give you a code to play in Roblox.
Yeah.
It's not a real tactile thing. It's only like it's like gotcha, it's not designed really. It's really designed for them to like do exactly that. Get them more invested into the game instead of doing anything else. I don't know. But it was like I got to watch Sonic 3 today, or finish it, and he sat down with me and finished the movie, and it was a really good movie. It had a really good message,
Yeah.
especially with everything with Shadow. Some of the stuff they introduced at the end was really nice. And
that little boop. Don't say anything else.
I haven't
Yeah.
seen it. I haven't
we're
seen
not
it.
gonna say
I
anything.
know.
We're not gonna say. I was being vague. I was being vague.
Don't you fucking ruin another one for me.
Oh, the ship sinks in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack doesn't
You know,
Gate on the
I
door.
went.
Jack
I went
actually
and
got
saw-
Rose, but then didn't
I-
make it.
I went and saw that on the at the theaters with Alice, and she really enjoyed it. Yeah. Did you see that they're now saying that well, Mythbusters blew it out of the water a couple of years. Well, it's been more than a couple of years now, that Jack could have survived if she'd allowed him up on the
Yeah, if they
board
would have
with the
either
bikers.
taken turns or tried to lay like parallel.
No,
on-
there's no making turns, because if you're in that water for more than 5 minutes, your hypothermia comes in and you're dying.
But you
anyway.
could have,
No.
but you could have been parallel on that thing, and it would have been all right.
Yeah, they could have been up on it, but now there's a lot of new memes coming out about it. And it's hilarious, Like they're either like from her, come on, Jack, I'll save you, kicking him off the board.
Yeah.
This is Sparta.
That should be another more. There should be one with a Mortal Kombat battle between Jack and Rose to stay on the.
What? Oopsie.
No, but like just watching that movie, there's like this one moment I'm not gonna get detail oriented about, but it's like, why can we get this fight here and not have a good Dragon Ball Z movie? Why did we have to get that stupid Dragon Ball Evolution movie when this
Because when
movie
that movie
did
came
it
out,
so right?
remember when that movie came out, where gaming movies were, and
I know adaptations
comic
for
book
anime
movies were, yeah.
movie, yeah.
I mean, come on, Mario Brothers, dinosaurs. Yee. Didn't we go see that? And I was like fussing about it in the theater. I was like,
we
"This is
were
not
fussing
Mario."
about it.
It's
Yeah.
like
Mario Brothers had a lot of funny, good stuff in it, and it had a lot of bad stuff in it.
They were
It's a
drunk.
cult
Both
classic.
of them were drunk the whole time they were filming that movie.
Yeah, they were drunk.
yeah, so I was, but I still prefer the new Mario Brothers.
Oh, the
I
movie- the
really
movie was
enjoyed
great,
that
yeah.
one.
Because that's actually Mario.
But like this new Sonic movie was really good, and it felt like
They're all
even
good.
more.
They've all been good.
Oh yeah, all three of them have been fantastic. So, and I look forward to seeing what they're gonna do with the fourth movie. But
Well, I really
and-
want to see
and,
the.
and all the spin-offs.
yeah,
Well, Donkey Kong's getting a movie. There's a couple of other ones. I want to see. Please no. Please no.
I just can't do it. Why did you have to cast Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong and then have him do that laugh?
Well, it doesn't help that he was like one of the producers on it. At that point, he can pick and choose. At least he wasn't Mario.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but I'm looking forward to the Zelda, the Legend of Zelda animated thing that they're supposedly doing. That's supposed to be. We've been waiting on it forever,
We've
but
been
I
waiting
want
on
him
the
to
live
say
action thing
one.
for
I want to see him say one line through that movie. I want him just out of nowhere for him to go, "Well, excuse me, princess."
Yeah, 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 yeah.
And so, and that will just it would make me so happy. Just that moment for those people who know where that's from.
Most of us know who that's from. But
Oh, the animated.
yeah, from the old animated
From the
cartoon.
cartoon. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Link had to have a catchphrase, and it was the worst catchphrase ever.
Hey, it can't be any worse than what they did to Simon Belmont in Captain N
Oh man,
with that bomber jacket and him so vain and stuff. Oh my
Mm.
god. Yeah.
God, I loved Captain N. I really did.
Oh, it was,
And that
overall, it was a
brings
good.
me
And
around.
then Mega Man
I
said like he was a
loved
chain smoking alcoholic.
I loved Saturday morning cartoons. I miss that. Giving you something to
yeah.
wake up to and get out of bed.
On Saturday, yeah,
you know,
exactly.
on Saturday.
Mm-hmm. I miss it. I do. I mean, we can simulate it now, but it's not the same. We don't get new content. It's like, yeah, I get to hopefully have my son watch these things and enjoy them, and not go like, "This is horrible. Why is the animation like this?" Luckily, he doesn't do that, but but I can't imagine like other parents trying to do that with their kids and it working sometimes.
But some of the new cartoons are garbage.
Oh, they are.
They're just horrible.
Mm-hmm.
I was
That's bad.
recently watching back. There was only one season of it. It wasn't Land of the Lost, which was really good. I loved that too as a kid. But it was another one. It was about family who gets stuck into a waterfall, end up teaming up with a caveman family, and teaching them science, and then them teaching them medicine that would later, once they were able to get back to regular Earth, would have been a regular time, would have been able to help an illness. It was really good. It only lasted one season, but there were comics of it. There were coloring books of it. There were just a few figures, but they were horrible. But you don't have anything like that anymore, I mean, even Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, some of that other stuff, only one season. When was the last time we had something like what's his name? With the cap. The blonde kid with the cap.
Oh, Mighty
with
Max?
Mighty Max,
Yeah,
man.
it only lasted one season too, and that was a great show with Tim Curry.
At least they ended it. They gave you an ending.
Well, it ends, but then it's like the Dark Tower, where like
Dark Tower,
Roland goes back through the whole process again, but with the Horn of Gilead, and except for Max has his memories going back to redo everything again.
Yeah, but what cartoon have you seen recently where the two companions die, saving the kid, and then he ends up defeating the guy, but has to jump through the portal, and then start it all over again. And he's like, "I can do it better. I can do it right this time." That was just impactful and it was fun.
That's good 90s writing in the cartoon. I mean, back then. I mean, we are getting good cartoons. They're just not on normal channels. I mean,
no, and we're getting good cartoons that are aimed towards more adults,
like the Castlevania stuff that we got.
Yeah.
I need to finish Nocturne, but like the first 3 episodes or
awesome.
4 episodes were great. I'm
ready for them to get to a few more Belmonts. Let's move this along.
Look,
please.
I'm sorry. It was very weird that we jumped from Trevor to Richter. I'm like,
Richter. Yeah.
I really wanted to see Simon. I mean, I really did. I mean, like, come on, give me that at least the first or the second Castlevania. You could have gotten 2 seasons out of those 2 games, maybe 3. But
Hey, how long have we been filming?
I probably another 45 minutes, maybe.
No. I said how long we've been doing.
Oh,
we've been doing good.
Yeah, we're about an hour, a little hour.
Okay,
an hour. Good. Yeah.
Because I have to cut it short now.
Oh, you got to go.
Yeah. Like I haven't eaten dinner or anything.
Oh no, you're fine, man. I know it's
Yeah.
freaking it's 12:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And plus, we haven't watched the pay per view, so.
Oh, did y'all
But
run
I
it?
do want to. No, that was at 7, and we were just relaxing, and then we had to go get groceries and stuff.
Yeah.
So
All right, no problem. Me and Dad can carry it, and then we'll win it probably in the next 30 minutes or so. Well,
yeah,
thanks,
but
Josh.
I mean, I like to do this again
Yeah. No, I want to do a little bit more, just free
and have more
form,
prep time.
huh? A little more
I
prep
like more
time.
prep time.
A little more prep time. Yeah,
Yeah.
instead of like on the
Yeah.
spot, right? No, I
Hey, I did pretty good, thank you.
oh hell yeah, man! You just got to show
I-
off
Yeah,
some
you
emotion,
you kept your shirt on, man. I can't
I
believe
did.
you did
Right.
that. I'm
I know.
right?
Oh,
Now,
this motherfucker's coming off. Trust me.
I wanna do more kind of free form discussion sometimes instead of just like having a a strict thing that we're talking about, and then we branch off anyway. It's like
Well,
we go
all right,
we
well, let's
completely
plan
always go off the rails.
let's plan one, and then I'm down. Well,
Okay.
hopefully, if schedule.
Maybe
oh,
I
look,
can
it's
get
already coming off.
no.
Run, cover your eyes, hide your children.
Maybe we can get Richard on sometime too, and it'd just be the four of us.
Yeah, we'll try it.
All
All
right.
right, gentlemen and Floyd. Don't want to disrespect the ladies in the room. All right,
Goodbye.
I'll talk to y'all later.
Good
Later,
night,
man.
young lady.
Young, I'm old, bitch.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah.
Peace out.
Bye.
Anyway.
How can I miss you if you're still here? Brian.
No, he's still making rounds. That's all right.
Okay.
It'll probably just be us until we end the episode, so it's fine.
Okay.
No.
Well, ask somebody in the live chat what they want us to talk about, or what they have any memories of, or things like that.
Well, Brian was talking about just his memories of like G.I. Joe and stuff, and playing with the toys, and he and this was earlier. He was talking about how that he would the sweet memories of G.I. Joe, and how he used to blow them up with black cats, and I was like,
Well, I used to do that,
too,
but never
yeah.
with the GI Joes.
Yeah.
I used those Green Army men and would set up giant wars, and then have like little fireworks set up for mines, and then shoot bottle rockets at them for the missiles, and strap the parachute guy with a firecracker on him, light it, throw it up in the air, and as he comes down and he gets hit by some flak, he gets blown off. Medic, he's missing his legs.
No, but so what else? I know that what we were talking about, like I know we were talking about just how old things are becoming now. Between like looking back at things that we remember fondly that now have become like they're 30 or 40 years old by now. What's up,
That's
Shode?
what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. You wanted us to bring that up, and it's
Yeah, hold on.
it's kind of
I'm
interesting. We quote like Terminator and Terminator 2 and Predator and Commando, all the Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. We look fondly at John Carpenter movies and Aliens and all this stuff, and it's like it's old now. It's crazy, like looking at some actors and like how they're in their 70s, and they're getting in their 80s or 90s. You look at James Hong and stuff, and how he'll probably outlive most of us, and when he hits 100 and something.
I was trying to look up where we were talking about all the different movies that are 30, 40, 50 years old. But I can't find it. Here we were. We were talking about like Bohemian Rhapsody, 50 years old. I was 12 when that song came out. What started me off was the fact that Buckaroo Banzai's 40 years old.
Yep. And you look at how old Peter Weller is. I mean,
yeah, he's looking pretty old. But he also has, I think, eczema, so it kind of adds.
It adds to
his
the
skin.
yeah.
Because I think he's 77, maybe.
Let me look. How old is Peter Weller? Let's see. Hold on. He is 77. Born in June 24th. So he's in between you, my wife and you, as far as the
Yeah.
day.
The day. Yep.
But 1947. Which reminds me, I saw somebody working on a piece where they took, and it's like they're doing themselves. They're making this, and it's RoboCop, but it's his skull, but everything else is the metal, the skeleton, the machinery part of him and stuff. Like he had, like his skin had rotted away, and it looked really awesome.
So it's the cybernetics that were underneath the flesh.
Underneath the flesh,
Yeah.
and then, like you see his skull, because like they used his skull there to help with the forming of his face and everything. But you see the electron in his eyes, the robotic eyes through it, and everything else. It looked really cool. I'd love to have a figure like that. But it's. Did you see the other figures that are coming out too? They're the third-party companies making all the other people from RoboCop.
No, I did not.
Yeah.
Who's doing it?
Let me. Colin posted about it in the podcast group.
Oh, that's right. That's right. When did he do that? I know he did the one about the Mortal Kombat. That was a while back when he said that.
Yeah, it was earlier this week, but I got to see some production, like molding for some of the characters, and it looks really good.
How are they going to hold up against the NECA figures, though?
I think they're bigger than the standard NECA stuff.
See, because then they're going to have to make a RoboCop and a Peter Weller so that you can
Yeah, the
have
Vajra
these
gang.
things- Yeah,
Hey, Keanu. Yeah. So
to make them, look right. We were just talking about the fact that the ones who are making the Megatron is not going to fit any of the
how
the toys.
the Studio Series style Megatron, but he doesn't fit the Studio Series Optimus Prime. He's, I think, a half-inch shorter than Prime, which sucks because it's like you. I know that they said they're going to be making a Megatron for the '86 movie, but it's just going to be the tank version, because they can't sell a gun for a toy.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's cool that a third-party company is going in and trying to do that. But I mean, it wouldn't take.
What I don't
much.
understand is they can't sell a toy that's a gun, right? But you've purchased several weapon-based Transformers.
Mhm.
Or those two rifles?
Yeah,
that
those two
you
right. Yeah,
bought?
the third-party.
So
That's
you
the 50
can't.
cal
There are,
futuristic-looking ones. Yeah.
so I don't think there's a law against it. It's all about marketing. They're not going to sell a gun.
There may be like some legality with a toy-based company in the U.S. versus a third-party company outside the U.S.
What company?
Well, remember those rifles I got? The ones that transform into the giant robots I showed you like a couple years ago.
Yeah.
We're talking about how like there's a third-party company that's doing a G1 accurate. It's basically took the MP34. I don't remember which MP it is, but the Masterpiece Megatron that turned into a gun, and they downsized it. It transforms way differently, but when it's actually in robot form, it looks just like that figure. Like how in the United States we can't sell guns for toys anymore. So that's why we've never gotten a Megatron in his G1 look. He's always been a tank after that point. So
or a battleship, or something else.
or
Like
plane
he
from
was that big flying
from the Michael
fortress
Bay,
thing.
the Michael Bay
Yeah.
garbage, or the animated stuff. Because even in then, I think he was a plane and then a tank at one point. So, or a futuristic. What, Ryan?
Josh left.
Yeah, you left.
Yeah.
He was on. He had his shirt on for too long. He had to get off and go all in a Terrell.
No, he basically they had the pay-per-view they paid for. They were gonna watch it, so, and he hadn't eaten anything. Shode's in the chat as well.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We were kind of talking, Ryan, about how like most of the things that we enjoy, whether it be video games, movies, music, literature, is just like it's hitting these milestones. Like Dad said, whenever Bohemian Rhapsody came out for Queen, it's 50 years old now. And it's crazy. Like if you think about like the staying power of certain media and how it impacted a generation for multiple decades, and how like it seems like newer media doesn't have that feel. It's like it goes back to that whole like the TikTok conversation we've had where it's like, or with YouTube and like how people are, they only have that 10-second attention span or maybe a minute attention span. They're like, you just, if you don't catch them or you don't have it done in that time, they're going to scroll past you. And
You know what I enjoy the most
Mhm.
is when I don't feel like I want to get anything. I fucking love it. It's like I don't know. It's like being content, not having to like jerk it or something, you know? Because what I mean is like I hate having that feeling like I'm always catching up to something I want. Like and I can't get all the things that I want, whether it's toys or games. I don't fucking like it. And I want to get off the goddamn fucking treadmill. And I can't stand it.
like you're
And I
on a
wanna
hamster
just
wheel,
enjoy
like
the
you're being
shit I
constantly
have.
led. Yeah.
I want to enjoy the shit I have, man. So like right now that like all I really want maybe is that Ninja Gaiden game that just came out. I'm like fucking good. I can rest. I don't like this shit in the back of my head. God, I gotta pre-order this before it sells out. I gotta do that. I'm happy with like the saturation of my collection is enough in my game library that I can kick back and be like, you know what? Nothing's making my dick hard right now. Sorry to be graphic, but
Dude,
literally nothing's making my dick hard right now.
this
You know?
show has already been off the rails. We started as an off the rails episode. It's fine. It's all good.
Because I don't like the feeling of keeping up with that shit, and it's only me doing that to myself.
Yourself,
Feeling
yeah.
like, I don't want to miss this, and I know it's me in my own head. I don't want to miss this Marvel Legends figure. I don't want to miss this real Ghostbusters figure coming out, this reissue of this, so I can get it on card since I only have the loose ones. Because it's like some of this stuff. That's the only way you can afford it is to get the reissue on card because the original's so expensive, right?
Which
Well,
ties
I
back to what we were talking about earlier.
We were talking about that earlier. Yep.
I love it when I can sleep now, man, because literally I'm so OCD. I'm in my own head. Like, you know what it's felt like, Vince, when you've had like 3 pages of Big Bad Toy Store shit pre-ordered. I mean, we're going to lay it out on the table. You know what that feels like. And for me, it was maybe 1 page of pre-orders, but that shit's fucking daunting. And I don't really like being broke paycheck to paycheck
Yeah.
and every
That
fucking
sucks.
time. I don't really enjoy that.
Well,
So I like
Okay.
being able to sit
There's-
back a bit.
there's definitely
You've got to be able
oversaturation.
to. Well, part of that is we've got this feeling in society today that we're filling holes in our hearts or something in our body and our minds with purchasing things. And you don't have to. You can get just as much of a high or a rush from helping people, talking to people, or doing something,
Yeah.
Being
building
creative.
something, being creative. So, no is a word that people need to learn how to say.
Yeah.
If I see something I
But that's what
want,
I'm saying,
I've got to
Phil,
put
that-
in my mind, what else do I need before I'm going to buy that? And if I'm destined to have it, it's going to show up again for me. I can't tell you how many times that I've missed something years later. I walk in somewhere and it's just sitting there,
Shows up.
and I'm like, wow, okay, well, I'm going to take it now because it's here and it's at a price I can afford. But don't
kinda
let this
what I
stuff
mean,
control
asshole.
your life. You can't control your life. Let this stuff control your life.
But I've
know.
been kind of closer to that place though the last year, because like they're naturally just maybe it was luck. Haven't been as many figures I've wanted. Haven't been as many games as I've wanted, and I've wanted to slow down anyway. Vince has fucking heard me say that fucking shit. You know, for 2 years now, I want to slow down and with the collecting, and it wasn't really till this year I put my money where my mouth is with that, because I have slowed down.
I've
with
slowed
it.
down too. I really have. I told Dad, I told you, I went through and I cleared out everything but like 10 figures, and that's it. And then I'm because I'm trying to work on getting like just my debt cleared, like working on trying to pay off my car as fast as I can, because I want to have enough money saved away for us to get a house. I want to be able to get a bigger home for my family, because we've outgrown this one, and plus it's just old, and it's, you know,
It needs more work.
it needs more work than we want to
what
put
it's
into
worth.
it. Yeah.
Well,
So-
like when you examine it, it's like there's different levels of this, because I know that with me and Vince, we've talked enough that I can say for him that it's not about keeping up with what other people are getting. It's about we're trying to keep up with the figures that we wish we
want.
could
You
get.
want that's
based
right,
on
but you
our
don't have
home.
to buy everything you want.
No, you don't. You can
Right.
curate your
You know-
your collecting prowess or whatever to what you want, but you don't have
Yeah,
to get
what-
everything. That
Yeah,
what
because I mean, when you're collecting all this stuff and you have to move and you got to pack it up, move it every time you've got to move it and find a place for it, it becomes heavy. It becomes
A
more of
burden.
a pain, a burden.
Mhm.
So if you curate it down to those things that specifically you want or have meaning, and not just, wow, look at this new thing, I've got to have that, and you're not being sold, because we're sold everything that exists in the world. We're being so trained to buy whatever we need or we want. You know, you can't watch television without being hit by 1,000 commercials of somebody trying to sell you something. Even, you know, whether it's medicine, a car, new job, to buy, get in a seminar to help make you better, or, you know, weight loss. It's all, everything around us
is
one
made to
giant
sell us.
sales.
Yeah.
It's a sale.
Well, it's that goes into a whole deeper perspective of things, but you can do this now if you're on Facebook. Like, literally, you don't have to be looking at it. You can literally just have your phone near you and be talking about something, and like
and then it'll pop up.
it'll just pop up as an advertisement on your Facebook. It'll pop up as an advertisement on your Instagram, on X. It's like all this stuff is just listening
remember
to
the-
you.
Do you remember the commercial I told you that I always think of, Vince, with the Corona ad?
There's been
What do
tons
I-
of them. Which one?
What do I always tell you I want to do with my phone, Vince?
So you throw it in the water. You would just
I want to do that, Floyd. I want to do that fucking Corona ad where the guy, like, I think it's from like 10 years ago, where the guy takes his phone and fucking skips it like a rock in the fucking ocean. That's what
Yeah.
I want to do, because these fucking apps, even as much as I try to not let them, they get in my fucking head, and they're goddamn heroin. Us flipping through these apps, and it doesn't help. Like, somebody listening to this maybe say, Ryan, just put your phone away. But it doesn't help, because when you're doing a fucking channel that's based on, you're promoting your stuff all the time, like showing people like what you got coming out, or your new video, or your new upload, you're kind of locked in ball and chain to fucking scrolling, right? Like a fucking monkey. So, but like, dude, I tell him all the time, Floyd, I want to just, in that fucking Corona commercial, man, I dream of that shit. Let me just take my fucking smartphone and chuck that bitch like a rock skipping in the ocean, dude. Because I'm fucking sick of it, man. I want like more peace of mind, you know?
Well,
I want
it starts.
it's a
when we
necessary
quit
evil,
letting-
unfortunately.
Yeah, well, no, but we let these things get intrusive into our life. We have
Right.
bosses now who are blurring the lines between personal life and work life. You're on call 24 hours. You got to have your phone there. Sometimes you have to go in at a moment's notice, like you driving home from work. You get in your car, you pull out of the parking lot, and boom, they're calling you about work again. You've got other people who believe that the work week should go from 40 to 60 hours. They are trying to take over your lives. We work to live. We don't live to work. We need to take our personal time back. Right now, I wonder how many people who are on here with us who don't pick up their phone the first thing in the morning. That's not the first thing they grab. And don't put the phone down putting the phone down is the last thing they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta you gotta get yourself off it, wean yourself. I try now not to get on the phone for the first 2 hours. It's tough because my phone rings all the time.
Floyd, before the smartphone, we just used it to meet up with people.
Good call.
I'll be there. I'll be there, bro. Where are you at? Come out. Like it was just like a text tool. That was so beautiful. I fucking long for that era, dude. It's kind of amazing. The simplicity of that. It was just that and nothing else. We were just like, yo, I'll be at so-and-so's house. I'll be at this party. I'll catch you down at the mall. I'll catch you at the movie theater. That was it. A to B. You use that shit like MapQuest, dude. Like you just.
I got you, man. I
love that.
Ask my son. I fought holding off getting a phone. I rocked a pager for a long time. I got a phone when my bosses told me I needed to have a phone. Once I got into IT and I was part of the management team, you got to have a phone. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have a phone until 2009. My wife made me get a phone. I was like, I memorized every number I needed in my head. And like, if I needed to get to a phone, I usually used my home line or my work phone. I mean, whatever I had, the actual.
And I miss having a phone line. The damn things work through everything. A fire, a flood, a storm. You had a phone. You could lose electricity and everything else. Your damn phone would work, so you could call somebody to help you.
Dude, plus, I'm so locked in with the fucking back end of my stupid channel. I'm looking on fucking YouTube Studio like it's the goddamn stock market, watching the fucking clicks and the views and the likes or whatever the fuck on my videos. When at the end of the day, I don't really give a shit. Like it's kind of growing without me. It's growing without me anyways, based on the work that I put in. It's going to continue to accumulate based on the work that I put in on the back line. So it's just like, what do I fucking care? But I'm so like a monkey locked in there, checking it like it's goddamn Kramer with the stocks on CNN telling you what the. So it's just like, I want to escape it. I want to put it down, but I find myself picking on my stupid phone, looking at it too much, kind of just when I don't even need to, but it's the impulse of picking up the phone, checking what's new, responding to comments, that kind of stuff.
No.
And it's like, this should be fun, but it becomes like
it's an addiction.
Well, it is
exactly what it is. It's like a drug.
And it's also a distraction because the thing is that if we didn't have that thing, right? All that time that we're doom scrolling on our phone, just watching video, doing whatever, it's like that's time we could be putting towards spending time with friends, calling a friend, seeing how they're doing, your family, maybe picking up that hobby you wanted to do, learning how to play guitar, write a story, draw, the things that we give up because we become the cog in the system. And it's hard.
Well, wait until they're broadcasting that shit directly into your head. You won't know whether it's your idea or somebody, and that ain't far off, man.
Inception.
You rewatch friggin' Minority Report.
Well, that was when they were beaming the stuff into their eyes.
Dude, how sad is the thought that if we took all the time that we've been scrolling for 10 years and would have done what we would have done instead, how scary is that thought? Looking at what we would have done instead of all the time we've spent on a smartphone, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I'm not talking about like this, like we're talking. This is at least productive.
Yeah.
We're like getting to know each other,
we're having a conversation.
And we're live, we're entertaining these nice viewers and friends that we have. But what I'm talking about is like the time we're scrolling like a fuck, like a cog in a system, like a robot, like they want us to be, like fucking Fuckerberg,
Like
and
we're Neo inside the Matrix, being
and
force
Moss
fed
on
the dead.
Well-
on fucking X want us to be scrolling. But just if you took all that time for this decade or more that we've been on these devices and just put it towards what we would have done instead of that, that's what's fucking scary. The time we could have been spending more with our friends or family or working on art projects more. And like, some people in chat maybe be like, well, I do that anyways. But guess what though? Even if you do that and a little bit of both, think about how much time though you still spent on the smartphone. It would have been so many things that could have been done that, I mean, it's sad that we didn't get to do now because we were doing this instead.
Well, I'm going to say this: technology is not our enemy. It's
No,
our
it's
own
not.
impulses that are the
Our
enemy.
distraction.
When technology, look, when I was growing up, we longed for a tricorder or a handheld computer, something that had all this access of information. For me, it's about information, being able to look things up. I grew up having to go to the library, having to have encyclopedias in my house to look up and do research. It was all here and it was available. Back when the internet first came out, we weren't as censored as we are now, and not have to pay for everything on there. Some of it was free. It was there. We had the world at our friggin' fingertips. And what did we do with it? We used to say if we had all this information, we would do great things. Instead, we started using it as weapons. We started
As
isolating
trolls to
ourselves,
destroy
becoming
people,
bubbles.
just to have something entertainment, to eat popcorn watching. As the
But when
flames
I'm
burn.
scrolling, when I say something, I try to go and look up as much research
Yeah.
as I can because I hate
Wait.
being wrong. I
Can
really
I
do.
devil's advocate? Can I devil's advocate with you, Floyd? Are we too
Yeah.
informed? Is it making us too?
I
No.
think we're too reliant on it. We
no,
don't.
we're too reliant.
We're
on it.
just pulling the information up and not learning it.
Well, and the
We're
problem
Think about
is
it,
at
that
our
kind of what we
fingertails, and then
didn't
you can
know.
just regurgitating information that we should be holding in our brain.
Well, you know what? Some
Um,
of the stuff that we didn't used to know without the smartphone at our side, maybe it was good because it's like maybe we know too much now. It's in the back of our head too much, causing anxiety. We're too concerned about a multitude of things that are possibly out of our control anyway.
honestly, I don't know if that may be the case. It may be because, like, think about it. If we actually realized we had, because I think people don't realize that the power they have with their phone or the technology, because right now we have a generation of people that literally just consume. That's all they do. They don't even know how to like use the tools like YouTube itself to learn how to do something. Like take the time, learn how to be a plumber and fix your plumbing. And you have problems with your computer, there's tons of videos that you can learn to fix your
working
stuff.
on your own.
It is a
Working
great
car.
tool and asset, but we'd rather
Yes.
not take the time to learn this stuff and pay somebody else to do it. It's like we choose to be ignorant and stupid than learn to educate ourselves. We allow the world to manipulate us instead of like learning from it. And we're in a, without getting political, we're in a situation with that right now. I'm sorry, but we are. You know, when we have people that literally believe that the earth is flat when it's been proven a long time, it's been round. Like, I just, it baffles my mind, like how backwards we're going, because it's like, no, I can't believe this because it would destroy my faith. It's like, why? Learn to adapt.
Well,
I don't know, but I
we're
just,
too reliant. We're too reliant on information instead of facts, statistics, data. You know, in school you're taught these things. You know,
and how to troubleshoot, to understand, to if you see something that you don't trust, go look and find it. Don't go
Yeah,
to
look
your
it
first
up.
source and go,
figure it out.
oh, here it is. This is the answer I'm looking for, when it may be bullshit. You know?
And I can remember a time when you weren't allowed to use a calculator in school. because they were too worried that you would become reliant on the calculator and not be able to do the math in your head. And we're at that same spot, but now with information, why memorize it? I used to have to keep all the phone numbers I needed to use in my head. I'd have a book at home where I'd write all the phone numbers down. If I couldn't find it, I had to recall it. Now sometimes I can't even recall my own phone number. And you're constantly, you have a phone tree that now records all your phone calls. You just go back and you look at that.
Mhm.
But all that
You know
stuff
what
didn't
we-
exist before. We were
You know what
relied
we
on our
had the-
brains more.
When we had the flip phones, dude, I know for goddamn sure that I had a flip phone in high school, but we did not text like fucking psychopaths like we do now. We text like psychopaths. It's fucking mental, bro.
We
the way
made
the average person, do you know how much even just like my mom texts? It's fucking mentally retarded, dude. The way people text now. It's all day long, all fucking day. I could tell you, I know for sure, dude, that when I had girlfriends and friends in high school, I was texting just like a little bit, but it was not fucking all day. Nobody was sitting there in class texting like a fuck all day. Dude, we
not in
text
not in high
anxiety.
school, not in high
like a
school, but I knew
nutcase,
people
dude.
in college. Like my friend James, and I'm not calling him out or anything, but I remember like we would be driving somewhere to some event, and he'd be like this driving just because he knew where to place his thumb. That he didn't even have to look. He just blah, 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 blah while he was
Oh
driving.
no, and I'm not trying to say that nobody did, but it was not the norm. It was not the norm that everybody was just fucking clickety clack and texting. I know, Vince, because it's like my school. I was looking around in class. That wasn't what it was like, man. Were there
No.
some people here
Not
and
in
there,
high,
but
not in high school.
now-
Like
but
not in
dude,
high
now
school.
it's like everyone texts at that pace. All
Well,
motherfucking day.
but you got to remember when phones first came out, became everybody had one. Schools picked up them phones.
Yes.
You weren't supposed to pull them out, and sometimes you would get them picked up, and then you wouldn't get them back until the parent came up there.
Plus,
you
it
know-
was when you text, it was expensive. You got
Yeah, you had to-
charged per text. That's probably why there wasn't that many people doing it as of today, because it's a free thing. So it's like you're looking at a difference in the times. Like, I didn't like, even when I got my phone, I barely text, right? But like as I progressed with my phones, I started doing that. But like, remember, that's 2009. You're looking at like 28-year-old me versus like 43-year-old me now.
But if you want to look at society and one of the problems, just go into a restaurant. Watch how many people
Oh,
are
yeah.
eating as a family and how they're texting. And sometimes they're texting across the table from each other. Because you'll see them texting and then the other one will laugh and go, "That's funny." And you're like, why couldn't you have said it? "Oh, well, we're trying to keep this private." Well, maybe you shouldn't be talking about something that you're afraid of somebody hearing. But kids doing it, parents doing it, they don't communicating. It drives me nuts. My
They're
grandkids
texting
do it,
each
and
other
I start.
and-
When my grandkids pull out them phones at the table, I get mad. Those things go up.
Dude, Floyd,
You know-
they're texting each other in their own house.
Yes.
I know.
Or
That's sad.
they're sitting there on their phone and they're sending videos they found on either the YouTube video feed, the shorts feed, or YouTube feed, or Instagram, or
But dude,
TikTok.
I'm so fucking thankful that like flip phones, that's all there was when I was in high school and college, because it was a bitch to text, and thank God it was a bitch to text and a pain in the ass to text, because we didn't do it that much because it was a bitch, because the number and the letters shared the
Yeah,
same.
Yeah, you had it. It was the
Yeah,
9. Was it? I think it was
Yeah.
9 key or whatever. You had to push the button
Yeah.
multiple times to get to the letter you needed.
To the letter you needed. Yep.
So we kept it minimal. Dude, we kept it basic shit. See you there. Love you, baby. Fucking okay, good, yes, no. Basic fucking shit. Basic responses,
Mhm.
right?
What
They
makes
all
me
did.
what makes me laugh is people can text faster than they can type.
Well, like,
Yeah.
okay, so that's the worst thing about this. So, like, I ended up getting I didn't want this one originally. I didn't want the fold. I wanted the whatever the 24 whatever. But like the key on this for like texting is god awful. I'm just gonna do this. It's like whenever, come on, whenever you see this, like I fat number something or like I misspell something, it's because the keys are so small I can barely type. I'm like, and I miss having a bigger phone. I really do miss having a bigger phone. But
I just
pretty
don't
good
wanna go back
listening
to
to
when
the
they were.
show. Thanks, Vash.
I just don't want to ever go back to when they were like a brick. Everyone used to have hand those things out for business. People going on trips, and it was like a little mini suitcase with a
Oh yeah.
phone on it. Jeez.
Yeah. The suitcase phone, the one that Don Johnson used in Miami Vice.
It's amazing how quickly we've come in such short time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's sad because like me and Ryan were talking about this earlier, and it was probably possibly a topic that we were going to talk about tonight. Might as well go into it now, and how the fact that like Nintendo making us buy a game multiple times, considering like the Donkey Kong Country Returns just got ported over to the Switch. It was released on the Switch this week, and it came out on the Wii, and it's like, but Sony, and this is Ryan's analogy. But Sony can sit there and, if you bought it on a PS4, you can get a free upgrade to upscale it and whatever to the PS5 with no problem. You don't even get an extra charge to it. It's just free. But Nintendo can't do that. Nintendo's been screwing us since the beginning. I love Nintendo. We love Nintendo, but it's like, come on, guys. Like I paid whatever retail for this twice. Actually, I think I even didn't that got ported over to the 3DS too, Ryan? This one, didn't it come on the 3DS as well? The Donkey Kong Country Returns. Ryan, where you go? I don't know, maybe he walked off for a minute. I was playing some 2-player with my bro for a while. Yeah. Listening, tune in. What were you playing? Are you playing some fighting games and stuff, Vash? The massive old cell phones. That is true. They were huge. Dad, you there? Still?
No, I'm still here.
Okay. Ryan probably got a call, so
I was trying to read through what some of the people were
saying
saying.
in the chat, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's definitely crazy the fact that like a lot of times we have to sit there and we literally buy games twice. I mean, I look, I did buy Shadows of the Dam twice. I bought Lollipop Chainsaw twice. But so I could play it on more modern consoles, instead of having to play it on my 360 that I'm not actually probably going to hook back up anytime.
I don't think they should ever sell another game system without backwards compatibility.
No,
built
you're
in.
right on that. I agree. There's no reason that none of that stuff should happen when, like, the architecture from like the PS4 to PS5 is very similar. So it's easier for them to do that. The same thing with the Xbox, but they choose to not allow that stuff to be.
No, it's all about money.
It is
It's
about
all
money.
about and the thing that Ryan was talking about is he's not alone. There's a lot of people feeling it. It's kind of like we're so connected to technology that we've lost our connection to the real world. Going out, sitting in the sun, feeling the sun on you, or just doing something like that, going out and painting.
Meeting people.
It's like it's stealing.
Like literally
from
going
us.
out and meeting people, having
Meeting
a
people.
conversation. That's the hardest thing is like you can just like literally just bypass people now and they don't even like associate with you or say hi or like today, we went to Walmart. I opened a door for a lady. Luckily, she just turned around and said thank you, and she walked in. A lot of times they don't even say thank you. They'll just walk in, and I'm not talking about females. I'm talking about men too, or kids. They don't understand or respect, like just common decency or just being respectful in general. But no, I understand with the fact that with technology and all this stuff, it's like, we have the computing power of a phone that's
You have
more
a
powerful
computing
than most
power
of our
of what our Apollo missions,
could have never
wish
had.
they'd had.
Wish they
Yeah,
had.
wish
Yes,
they'd
yeah.
had.
But it's like, it's sad because we're so preoccupied with having to work to pay for things, because we're not making enough just to be able to get by, to do whatever to support our families and be able to have
No,
a
and-
more
and-
leisure time for things. So
Everything is going up disproportionately from
from
what
the end, yeah.
what we make. If you think about what something cost in the past, we've all been taught in school that advancements in technology, automation, and things like that will make things cheaper, but it hasn't. We are still disproportionately paying more for a product that costs them less to make. So there's something broken, fundamentally broken in all societies. I mean, you can go back to the idea that we're playing slave labor in some foreign country where somebody makes $2 a week to build something that they're going to come in here and sell us for $1,000, and we're okay with it because it's it's the newest technology, or it's cheaper here than what it would be. Like some of the stuff that we get is more expensive in the country where it's made. They can't afford it to buy it.
Mm-hmm. Well, another something too is like going back to what I was talking about, like how people are, and what you were saying about, like, when they're sitting at the table, they're looking at their phones and they're even chatting between the phones without actually having a conversation verbally. You think of like the movie Surrogates with Bruce Willis, and how everybody they were all at home, but their robot bodies were the things that were moving around and doing things.
There's a company right now that is designing, what do you call them? Automatons or whatever they are online. What are the digital characters called?
Avatars.
Like avatars,
Mhm.
where you live in an avatar. You work a job, you get paid, and everything is in an avatar, but it then bleeds over into your real life. There's a company doing that, especially when they were talking about, for a while there, we were moving away from having employees come into the office. So we were moving towards that digital world anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's going to happen now because they're trying to make everybody go back to the office, which I don't understand. Some people can do their work at home just as fine as they can do it in the office. There's some people who don't function very well at home
No.
because it's too much freedom and they get distracted from their job. Those people should probably be working at home. I mean, from the job. But yeah, God forbid we're able to create duplicates of ourselves, like in Surrogates, and we'll just be, you go back to Blade Runner. Do you believe in electric?
Do you dream of electric?
Do
sheep?
androids
Dream
dream of electric sheep? That was, remember, everybody jacked in. Everybody was taking drugs to because they were all so filled with anxiety.
They were
take these
doping
medications,
themselves to just be able to
themselves
function.
to stay sedated. Yeah, and I was like, I don't want to live in that world.
No, and it's sad because like the world I wanted to live in is Robotech or Macross. I wanted to be a pilot. I wanted to fly in like these mechs and stuff. Would be completely fucking dangerous, but that was what I wanted to do. You think about a society where like we came together, we created space travel, and we went across the galaxy. If you go through, at least with the Macross stuff, colonized other planets. Same thing for you with like Star Trek, you know, they did the same thing. But both of those, even those universes, they, you know, they had war, massive war. There was a resource war before like things changed. Like at least it was for, you know, Cochrane flying the first warp drive that got the attentions of the Vulcans, and then for Macross it was the SDF-1 or the super dimensional fortress crashing on Earth that kind of
that we reversed engineered
Engineered.
everything, which gave us a bump in our technology.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, we talk about space, the final frontier, and all that. We know more about space than we know about our own planet. You know, we could be doing and building ships just to explore the ocean. You know, actually get a glimpse of the damage that we're doing to our biosphere, our little lifeboat in space. You know, but we won't ever progress until we quit monetizing everything. You know, that was the thing that about Star Trek that functioned was the replicators. You could take one material, break it down to its atoms, and restructure it into something completely new. So there was no waste anymore, right? And there was no cost for it. So everybody did things for the betterment of mankind to improve themselves, you know. And then there are people who go, "Oh, you can't do that because nobody will do anything. They'll sit at home and they'll Well, if people had the opportunity to do the things they want that they really find interesting, I think they'll do it. Now, there's always going to be lazy people. There's always been people who sit in their mom's basement playing video games until they're 50. You know, I'm not talking about those people.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, you know, people who want to do something, but they're either can't afford to go to and get their education, or don't get the training, and they're pigeonholed into one way of life, you know, and only the wealthy and the privileged get those other benefits.
So I wonder if,
Um,
like, you know, Ernest Cline's book, Ready Player One, you know, how close to reality that's going to be for us. Everything being virtual. We live in these virtual worlds. You know, we live in these giant trailers stacked up because, you know, you can't afford anything. You know, you get basic internet and basic schooling, but it's all virtual. So you don't actually have to have a place.
That's how you play. That's how you placate people. You know, look, the Romans did it with the gladiatorial games, and always coming up with a new enemy to rally the state around and march everybody off. You know, throughout history, we've come up with new things to placate the people, or to, you know, I had the word that went out. You know, by having them live in this virtual world, they weren't attacking, and they weren't asking questions. They weren't going to the government and demanding. They were just living this fake life, and some of them were starving to death. You remember, and you know, and trying to get jacked in, you know, any way they could, when the real world was on the outside and it needed them to take you know, an active participation. And that's what the player one was. In the end, he brought all those people out of there into the streets to realize what they're missing. You know, nothing is ever going to replace touching,
No,
talking,
tactile.
feeling.
Well,
You know,
unless you know, it's the, you think about, I don't ever think that we'll get to the point of like a matrix society, you know, or like what led up to the, like, before machines destroy us, you know, because I don't know, we could end up in a Blade Runner situation. I just don't know that we're gonna have this utopia that we expected to have in the 80s that was such a big thing. You know, I just don't know. I
we were
remember
talking-
having that, discussion kind of like with Daniel back when I first was dating Anna and everything, and how the fact that like they were talking about the future and everything, and I was like, you know, I honestly, just from my perspective of observation of my time on this planet, we're going to be exactly where we are 50 years from now.
Yeah, nothing changes.
Nothing's going to change.
Just the
a little
trappings
bit more.
change.
Yeah, the trap. Yeah,
Yeah.
a little bit more futuristic, but we'll never get flying cars. We'll never get anything that's going to benefit our society to
I
grow.
think we'll have flying cars. They may not look like or what we think, but what you said there, the second thing you said is the most important. Nothing is going to improve our society, and there's nothing that can be built to improve our society. We have to choose to do that ourselves.
Well, we have to, but
decide
we have
what's
to.
important.
We have to detach from the things that are trapping us in this simulation. Like it's not like it's literally a simulation, but it is. It's
But it is, yeah. It's just-
We're being trapped within here with like, hey, purchase this, hey, do this, believe this, rally against that, instead of like thinking for ourselves and what's better for other people. When we're having wildfires in a state, or people getting hit by hurricanes and stuff, we should be helping them, right? And not be laughing and going, oh my God, it's the rich people, and there's people in Hollywood because they have different points of views. There was other people that weren't in those point of views that lost everything. I remember like watching a dude like that just happened to live in an area where the fire was, and he was happy that his cat was saved. Then there was an old couple that lost their home that they had for 60 years. And it's like, holy shit, like, are we just like this far gone? I mean, we're going to that situation. We're going to end up with idiocracy, with President Camacho as our with all of us drinking Brando and all that stuff.
Our adversarial society has turned us made tribalism come back with a vengeance. We forget that we're in this together. The only time we seem to come together is when there's a common enemy, which is what Watchmen was all about.
Which is Robotech, because
Robotech.
It's either gonna have to be a catastrophe that's gonna unite us,
yeah,
a common enemy, or it's gonna be an outside force, some kind of like alien entity or something that's gonna rally us together to kind of get our heads out of the shit that we're being force fed to change.
I remember when you used to tell me you were going to build me a body or a VR world so that when I pass on, I can have me download in it and I can live whatever world I want to live in. And I was watching something recently where there are scientists who are actually working on it, and they're trying to map each human's brain is slightly different than the other.
Mm-hmm.
So what they do is they've been taking cadavers and slicing them in micro thin slices and mapping the brain. So they have then they compare them to other ones and then other ones, so they can figure out how to map the brain so that you can actually do what you were telling me you were going to do. But they said that to do it to a living person, you would have to be killed to do it, because the only way we could map you as an individual, there's no scan that's going to tell them. They have to do that with you. So you would die so that could happen to you. So
right.
I don't believe we're going to have that.
I mean, well, remember, it's our level of understanding now. It could happen in 100 years if circumstances were right. We don't you think about the fact that like as cavemen, we believed that everything was a god. We didn't start fire until lightning hit something, and we're like, oh, we can do this, and we learn these things. I just don't know. I mean, I remember it also goes back to the whole thing of the theory that science to a primitive race or primitive culture may think it's magic because they don't know any better. They haven't experienced it or have no concept or the what would be the construct of understanding of what this is.
Well, it's just like going back. You don't have to go that far. Go back to our founders. People are trying to read into the Constitution something that didn't exist back then, right? So, oh yeah, our founders understood what a semi-automatic and automatic, gun was. That they knew what weapons of mass destruction. No, they knew what a flintlock was.
Right.
the stuff we have now, if you went back to our founders, they would burn us as witches and heretics. So why do we seem to want to put our own modern ideology, our own beliefs into their heads and read into the things that they said and did?
Josh, he's like, the Space Force will take care of our alien problem. And I said, I'm doing my part. He goes, I ain't done shit. I mean,
You're gonna stop some cockroaches.
yeah, we're gonna. I'm gonna
Yeah.
take on some big giant spiders. Let's
I'm
go.
gonna do my set, yeah.
Man. But it's funny.
Ryan, where'd you go?
He's probably either making rounds or he popped into Discord for a minute to see who's in there. Oh, there's a whole group of people in there right now.
So I'm kind of sensing we're just rambling a little bit.
No, I mean, hey, are you guys having fun with the conversation? Do you want us to end it? We can, if need be. But no, it's you rang. Nah, we were just talking about different shit, like where our society's going. The trappings.
To the shitter.
No, it's gonna be Idiocracy, man. Mike Judge.
It already is, dude.
Yeah, it already is.
It already is.
Spoiler alert! Since 2016, is that giving anything away? Oh, don't go there, Ryan.
Hey, you're not wrong, man. You're not wrong at all. But hey, you know what? Let's do something different. Did you get to see the Motu X Thundercats figures coming out?
No.
They look pretty
check it
good,
out.
man. They look pretty good. Let me see if I can pop that image up here real quick of them.
Lion-O Man.
Lion-O Man.
Are they going to be like the blending, like the other ones?
He'd be
With
like
the
He-Man.
and Turtles.
See if there's some picture. Yeah, here's some pictures. All right, so give me a second.
Antara.
I'll pop this up here real quick so we can see it all. Yeah, we're getting really deep here, and I don't know. I don't want to lose our audience. If you guys want us to continue with this a deeper conversation about what we're talking
If they do
about,
like a Motu Real Ghostbusters crossover, then we just need to just stop already. If they do that next to that won't even make any sense. Like, there's a point to which these won't make any sense anymore.
okay. So
Like,
here they are. Here's the figures. So we got Mumm-Ra looks awesome. I have to say, he looks the best out of this. I love this. Just let me know when you can see it, Ryan and Dad, as far as if you're watching the stream. It looks fantastic. What's great is you get like this gear to make him
and Skeletor.
You can make him
combined.
Skeletor. Yeah, you can. There you go. I think that's pretty badass. I like that. If I got one of these figures at least, it'd probably be this one.
I'm gonna definitely pawn Josh's chain to get some of these.
All right, there's Lion-O.
I'm gonna pawn his. I'm gonna melt down his.
Well, that's
Mjolnir.
That's
What's it called? Thor's what?
It's Mjolnir.
it's okay.
Thor's
Meow, meow.
hammer.
Meow meow.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
melt
It's meow
down-
meow.
Melt down his
Mjolnir.
Thor's hammer chain.
I mean, it's like, dude. All right, so did we get to the
Okay,
end
so
of
they can it's Tigra and Lion-O. Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty good. I like it. These look better though than the ones we got from the 2013 series, which I love that cartoon, but you did too, Dad. But those figures were garbage.
Oh yeah, I love the remake. The figures were horrible.
There's Chitara.
This is definitely gonna be a hard pass for me. This line.
So you're it's a hard pass for her. Hard being the word that we're putting quotations around. No.
The way I feel about this line, this toy line is like Dana Carvey doing Bush Senior. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna
Wouldn't
do it.
be prudent at this juncture.
Wait. You don't want Battle Cat. You don't want Battle Cat as He-Man.
This line's gonna be a total disaster, okay, Vince. It's gonna be a big huge failure. Okay, excuse me. Excuse me, Vince.
I think
okay?
they look good, but I don't know if I can't
So
afford.
it's Panthro and
Yeah, it's
and
Panthro and
Cringer.
it's cringe. Yeah,
It's Battle Cat. Okay, I got it. That would be fun to have just for that.
I probably would just get this one and then the Skeletor Mumra. I don't know.
Remember, if you're going to be playing with your battle cats, you need
I'm
to
just
put
like-
out clean cat litter.
I mean, Floyd, did you watch Seinfeld?
Oh yeah.
It's just like when, like, you know, worlds are colliding. George is getting upset. There's too many worlds colliding already with this fucking crossover with the Motu TMNT, the Motu.
I think they should have waited, given it some time.
This is
You
too
know, let
soon.
the other one
This is
come
honestly
out.
too
This
soon.
is way too soon.
This
You know,
is way too soon. I don't think they haven't even found the. They haven't finished the Turtles of Grayskull line yet,
No, they haven't.
and I'm like, you guys are gonna like add another one. Like I can't
Well, and
afford
see-
all this.
Think about it. You're forcing your audience, your target audience, to pick between one of your two lines because people can't afford to buy them both, so they're going to pick. This defeats the purpose.
Mhm.
Dude, Turtles of Grayskull already didn't make sense. There's no sewers in Eternia.
But where does the shit go? In
There's
the
no
river?
sewers. There's no sewer system. It's not a city. It's not New York.
No, there's a kingdom.
Yeah, there's
Kingdoms are cities.
Yeah, they have sewers.
So there.
And there's and Skeletor has a
Hey,
whole damn mountain.
Hey,
They're-
look,
they're
there
they're just pooping in a hole in the ground.
There was that Batman Turtles animated, which was really good, and
Okay,
that
I
movie.
could see them maybe hanging with Moss Man. Like the turtles would kind of be chilling there somewhere. I feel like that world could kind of work, or with Merman. You know, there's maybe like a little bit of like a pond they could get in there. But I
See
just,
Tila.
I don't know. It doesn't make no sense to me, dude.
See Tila walking by and see
They don't
Turtles
have
are
that.
Splinter,
They don't
Master
have to
Splinter,
have
and go
s-
scream it's a
They
rat
don't have
and
to have
beat
sewers.
him
They
in the
just
head with
they
the
just
staff.
happen to live in the sewers. It's like they don't even have a place, a home base. I think they just kind of like showed
Well,
up
but
there.
like that's where they hide, though. They need the sewers to hide. They want to hide. They'd be hiding from He-Man instead of the New Yorkers.
What was the shitters called back in the medieval times? What was it? Didn't they just stick their asses out the fucking castles?
That they had chamber pots.
Yeah.
And then you threw the shit out the window.
How classy!
It was all about
No, the
location,
turtles live in a-
location,
The
location.
turtles live in a giant chamber pot.
God, that's so nasty.
Dude, other than that shredder looking awesome that I picked up, that line was just not for me either, man. I don't know.
I'm liking it. I really do. I like the whole thing of like having other hero. I mean, some of these original He-Man heroes having playing with the fact of them becoming villains and mutating and whatever. It plays up on the whole mutagen stuff. I need to read the comic. There is a comic that's supposed to explain how all this works, but I haven't picked it up. So
Yeah, well, they did the same thing with Disney. Remember?
honestly, to be fair, it made so much more sense when they did the Motu wrestling crossover, man, because we already had that overlap from back in the day with all the bootleg wrestling figures looking like He-Man anyway. Like, so that already made sense. And a lot of the wrestlers look like they could have been He-Man characters. But I just don't feel like Turtles had to look like they should have been He-Man characters. I just don't. maybe some of the villains I could see. You could definitely get some. Like I kind of like how that translucent Moss Man look, because I'm a sucker for translucent figures. The green one,
I mean, hold on.
that one.
Let me do this. Like, come on, man. Like, you tell me you don't love this freaking ripped Splinter. Come on, man. Like, ripped Splinter. Like, man, this Splinter would like break Shredder in half. I mean, come on. What's not to love about ripped Splinter here? I
He looks like he's almost in a Hordak outfit, though. What's the thing on his chest?
oh, it's supposed to be the He-Man thing. That's like that one. But he's got the that his like that purple maroon, like gi that he had on in the original toy line. But he looks like a Viking more than he does like he's from He-Man.
So Rankin and Bass did Thundercats. And they did another cartoon. What was the other cartoon? Because He-Man was fun.
it was Filmation.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Floyd, are you gonna also besmirch the Funimation
Oh.
cartoon Vince does?
No, dude,
hold
man,
on.
no.
But
I was watching them back before they did He-Man.
Come on, man. It's. I guarantee I'm gonna eat me some.
That figure 100% could live in the Motu universe.
Yeah, man. Like that's freaking awesome.
That's what I said. Some of the villains, I can see it.
They look great. But let me see. Rankin and Bass cartoons. Hold on, let me see.
More like stankin' ass, Rankin and Bass.
But
Rankin and Bass
yeah,
animated.
Filmation had done like Lassie. They'd done Star Trek. They did.
But Floyd, Vince says he can't watch it anymore. Floyd, I can still watch it. I like it. Funimation He-Man.
Funimation.
Oh, I can't watch
Filmation.
all the fun.
Come on, we gotta get this right. This is an anime.
Yeah, I cannot handle all of the He-Man cartoons. Some of it is pretty freaking dated.
Dude, the way you gotta watch those, I feel the same with Turtles or any of those. You gotta just limit it to like 2 at a time. Otherwise, it's like you can't just sit down and watch like 20 of them as an adult, but you watch 2 of them at a time, they're fun still. They're really humorous. Like,
Yes,
just
they are. But they're funnier now. They're funnier.
Oh my God, they're
now
funnier
than
now,
we're
but it's like-
adults.
Look, what it is the as a kid, right? I watched that cartoon. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the toys. I was a big fan of it. But the problem is that I have a more refined taste with storytelling. So going back to that one particularly, it's very goofy. You look at like the complexity of what we were getting with G.I. Joe.
But I like Goofy. I like Looney
No,
Tunes.
but even G.I. Joe
No,
is dated.
It
There's
was.
some
No, it
episodes
was.
You're like, what the hell?
It
I don't
was, but the
remember that.
maturity level was still there because you're dealing with Marvel writing the stories.
Yes.
The same thing with Transformers. You have a established comic book company that's been around for a long time writing the episodes for this cartoon. Versus
A lot of it is the look, though. The aesthetic look of Funimation He-Man, I will swear, die by the sword on this, literally He-Man's sword on this, that animation still holds up. It still looks fantastic.
Oh no, you're not wrong. It does. It's the stories. It's the goof. I can't get with like.
Son, don't argue anymore because I don't want to see him fall down on He-Man's sword. I'm joking.
I didn't know you were gonna make that one dirty.
So sorry. No, man. I used to sit and watch every episode with my son, and you know what? I knew I was hooked when they were not at home, and it would be an episode, and I would sit there and watch it and be like, I'm crazy, but I really liked it. There's certain cartoons, having watched with my kids and my grandkids, I'll go back and watch today. but there's just some elements of it that are just, you know,
The one thing that didn't age for me is the Prince Adam shit is too excessively unhetero. I can't with the Prince Adam shit. With his pink blouse. He pisses me off. I want to beat his ass. I want to beat.
so
Prince
did his
Adam's
dad.
ass.
So did his dad.
And I'm over.
It's like okay. First off, hold on. Let me just. It's like Bruce Wayne, right? He's Batman. You know, he's this rich billionaire. You know, he's just a playboy guy. But then when he's really when he's out being Batman, that's his real self.
No,
he is this
no.
But-
Wait a minute.
but-
This is
But
more
He-Man,
like- wait,
Prince Adam decides that I'll be this amazing hero, but then when I'm just myself, I'm going to be this goofy, off the wall, no one likes me at all character.
it's like with Batman and Bruce, they're men, no matter which role they're playing. But when it's He-Man and it's Adam.
No,
and
don't say
and
this. No,
He-Man,
because
it's
there's-
freaking Zorro the gay blade shit. I'm sorry, where Zorro, and when he's Zorro, he's masculine, and then when he was I cannot remember what his real name is. He is flamboyant and
Yeah, it's
yeah.
terrible.
I mean, it's great.
it's
in a
funny.
comedy like that.
Yeah, it's great comedy. It's not but the thing is like
But
it's-
kids never caught that. It was designed for children.
it's like Superman, right? You know, the only thing difference is he takes off his glasses and then curls his hair. How did
Did you
anyone not know that he's
wait. Somebody did a test for that, and the actor did everything that Superman do. He kind of slunched a little bit, carried his shoulder, and carried himself different. Combed his hair on a part on one side, and then switched it to another, and then put on glasses and put off. They knew who he was, but when he walked through the same group of people later on, not one of them figured it out. And I was like, damn, maybe that stuff does work.
No.
You know,
You're
somebody
looking at a day and
practically
age where
did
we
it.
haven't had a good Superman movie in a while. I'm sorry, but wait, Bruce Wayne is Batman? What the spoiler much?
And the boat sinks. No, I mean,
Don Diego.
but see, there is
Della-
some there.
Della
Don
Vega.
Diego, thank
Yeah,
you.
Don-
De La Vega.
Della
Don
Vega.
Diego De La Vega. Some cards. I mean, if you go back and you look at Thundercats, that friggin' stands up. Every episode
Yeah.
is so good, and it when you go to He-Man, it's almost quite there. It's almost there, but there's just some
I
moments.
hate Prince Adam.
Well, and it's hard to like when you have like you draw He-Man, but like with the Prince Adam gear, he's not like skinny. He's not like he just like I'm He-Man now. Like there's nothing.
It was just a change
there.
of clothes. It was
Just
just
a
a change
different
of
clothes.
clothes.
Yes, exactly.
No, I guess it kind of works because Cringer is such a scared bitch ass cat.
Well,
You know,
Cringer works because like he becomes Battle Cat. I mean, like he is
Right.
like he grows
No,
in
I know.
size. It's
Well,
He-Man.
He grows a pair. That's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
he grows a pair. Of
He
what was
hits
on the,
puberty and grows up.
we're back to the nuts thing. But and that's why I liked the remake of He-Man, because you had Adam who was a kid, and when he turned into He-Man, he was this adult, big old, monster.
Yeah,
of a man.
the 2000X series.
It played so much better.
Mhm.
Excuse me.
Also, why
Um,
is Prince Adam's jacket like if Barbie
vest?
was Santa?
Oh, you talking?
It's like a
Are you
pink
talking about for the
Santa
2000X series? Yeah, and I don't know why they decided to go like that. I was like, I think they were trying to find a way to be a little bit more modern with the storytelling as far as like the design wise for Adam, because he had that vest jacket, and it's like, what were they watching Back to the Future when they were coming up with designs for Prince Adam for the 2000X series?
Are you in the Navy?
Yeah.
Um,
Is that a life preserver?
That a life preserver?
I just like
There's a-
that whole era of like the Hanna-Barbera stuff too. There's something about
Oh yeah.
like the backgrounds and the cell
Oh, yeah.
shading.
Wow, when he
And-
said that, Valley of the Dinosaur was the thing I was trying to say earlier. Sorry, Ryan.
No, no, here,
The cell animation too. It's so crisp. Like something about the colors pop so well. And it's like it's also like it's simplistic enough but also detailed enough. There's there's that fine line because there's nothing worse than when you see a cartoon sometimes. I gotta go a little bit ham on one that okay, look, Vince, I love Doug, okay?
yes.
Just as much as you.
Mm-hmm.
It was great, okay, for a shy character. And I love the era of Nickelodeon. But honestly, sometimes I look at like a cartoon like Doug, it's almost like too simply drawn. Like,
Oh yeah.
I'm not like impressed by the animation. You know what I'm saying? Whereas, like, I'm not even saying He-Man's like the best example of the most detailed one, but it's just right. The amount of like the balance between the cell shading being really gorgeous, the colors popping, really visually striking. It's just like, I don't want to pick on Doug because I love that show, but what I'm saying is like, there's sometimes you look at a show like that and you're just like, this animation's kind of so. I mean,
It's part of
you
it.
know.
Part of it has to do with like you look at the group of shows, right? You had Rugrats, you had Doug, you had Rocko's Modern Life,
Rocko's Modern, yeah.
and I can't remember what the other. There's 4 shows.
There was Cow and Chicken. There was
and like all that had almost a similar aesthetic. Plus, the appeal of Doug was the fact that we were in school at the time, so we
who
can
was the one
relate
with
to the
lemon
character.
Who was the one with the lemon drop head?
No, I totally get the appeal, but Vince, it's like I had to find something as an example.
No.
Of,
I get you. There, see, like the problem. I think part of the problem with the original Masters of the Universe cartoon was one. It was originally that whole toy line was originally supposed to be Conan.
It was supposed to be Conan,
and I think that Filmation wasn't originally the
no, it was
animated studio that was going to
yeah.
do that cartoon for He-Man or Conan. But like the
they lost the rights to Conan. So they
yeah, they had to go and do something different. But
yeah.
I mean, the animation was good. They did rotoscoping for some of that stuff, where they would have people in and
they were running and stuff like that. That was rotoscoping.
Yeah. So I mean, like there was some good stuff there, but it was in the beginning it was very goofy. They didn't know where they were going with like some of the stories. But when we got Hordak and some of the later stuff towards the end of the series, it got a little bit better. But going back to watching that, like I hadn't seen it in years. I mean, like I really hadn't watched that since I was a kid. Like I loved He-Man, but like when
The Turtles was that goofy too, Vince.
Oh no.
Yeah, but see the Turtles didn't. Okay, the Turtles was done by a bigger studio. Okay, He-Man was done, and it is Filmation. Okay.
Yeah, it is Filmation, not Funimation. Funimation,
and they were a small,
Dragon Ball,
actually a small studio, and what they did was reused an awful lot of footage to save money
on the animation costs.
And so you can see those shortcuts in there, just like if you watch Star Trek, you watch their Lost in Space cartoon, you see that, but the story is what carried you through. But Hanna-Barbera and shows like the Herculoids, Johnny Quest, Space Ghost, and I don't mean the Coast to Coast crap. What was the mighty
the Mighty Orbots, or are you talking about?
No, he had a magic. He was a caveman. He had a magic club, and when he hit it on the ground, he became a hero. And I can't remember what his name. Not
Captain Caveman, but
the Shazam, which was the genie. Yeah. There was one other one.
Well, and
from
that's
period.
another thing too.
Those
ahead.
were visually beautiful and the stories were good. And then there was a period of time where we dumbed everything down, and He-Man was on
was
that
the
time
end
when
of
it
that
was-
that
that period. It was coming back up.
yeah.
So we had this big, beautiful arc from Hanna-Barbera and some of the other studios, and then it went into this trough where things were just horrible, and then they started to come back up. And that's when we started getting some really great animation for shows. And they were also trying to compete with things like Robotech, which was brought in by Harmony Gold.
Yep.
They were competing with animation that was brought in from other countries and then redubbed and turned into something here. So they had to compete. And even Filmation at some point kind of picked up their game, for a little bit before they went bankrupt.
But like, and keep in mind, like for those listening, I love He-Man. I got out of He-Man for a period of time because of the fact that my mom gave away all my stuff to some kid who claimed that I stole it, and we never got any of it back. So I completely just stopped. The only thing that I would continue to watch was the movie with Dolph Lundgren. And then it wasn't.
There's just times though, Vince, I want it to be stupid. Like, okay, there's so many schlocky 80s like teen comedies. I want them to be stupid. I don't want them to give me like William fucking Shakespeare scripts.
No, you don't
with,
have.
like,
You don't have to. I mean, it's hard enough when you're dealing with a medieval story that is going to have hack and slash, that's going to have blood and guts, but you can't do that on television, especially on that time frame when it came out. So you have to be a little bit more slapstick, a little bit more goofy. I mean, yeah, even Turtles had that, but there was a little bit more of some serious tones.
If they had like too much of a serious tone with He-Man, I don't see how that might have flopped in like 30 episodes. Like, I think what made it go like 180 or whatever, it went 150. My only wish is that I wish it had as long of a run as Turtles.
Well, I just remember when it came out, the studio, the channels that were releasing it said it was too violent. They thought it was too much, and they asked for it to be toned down. And that's why they added those announcement things, at the end where He-Man would go, "What is the lesson we learned today?" They were forced to add that. So they gave us what they could. They probably would have went much darker,
Yeah,
but they would never have gotten it on the television
Mhm.
because the censors would not let it get through.
It just depends on the audience, because there were shows that were around that time that did have a longer staying power, but He-Man was such a like an impact on like culture. I mean, it was like the toys were everywhere. You got to see like them reenacting the characters live action on floats during Thanksgiving. We did get a movie for it. There was a comic book for a short period of time that DC did. So
yeah, it was totally different than
it was very different.
He-Man. It was very different than the He-Man we got.
And to get those comics too, the figures came with comics that told this story that was like Dad said, it was completely different than what we got with the Filmation animation stuff. And like, it's okay to have something goofy. It's okay for that, especially, but like for the source material and like what I want now, I mean, retrospectively, as a kid, I probably would have wanted it to stay like it was. Getting to see what this could have been.
You want the anime He-Man. You want the modern anime He-Man.
No, I don't want fucking Kevin Smith's bullshit where we're gonna make a He-Man show and he's not even the main character. We're gonna kill him off too, and we're gonna do all this other BS. No, fuck that.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
there were two. There were two. Remember, there were two new ones. There was the Kevin Smith, which was what, Revelations,
and
then there was the other one, which is where he's bigger. You know,
Yeah, that was
you know,
the kid, the one
almost
for the kids. Yeah, but
kids. Yeah,
but like for me, like I think the perfect, and to answer what Ryan's saying is like my perfect one would be the 2000X series. It took what was working for other cartoons at the time, modernized He-Man, and still it respected the audience more than what I felt what was going on with the original cartoon. Like as a person, when that series came out in 2010, you know, I was what, 29. So like it was something that I was like, man, this is something I would have loved to have, like, to watch. And I enjoyed it. I got to watch it like a little bit with my dad. You know, I picked up some of the figures, and you know, I wanted a little bit more maturity because I wasn't at that point in time anymore where like I want a little levity in a darker situation, but I want my stories to like have an impact. And I've said this before, I'm not a big serialized, or not really serialized, but like a sitcom person. You know, I'm past that. I need, for me, for substance, I need something with a little bit more story, like an ongoing through point. Like that's why like Justified such a
I
great
thought
thing.
I thought the relationship between his father and Adam was much better in the 2010. The fact that he was his uncle, and there was that relationship between He-Man's father and Skeletor. Um, there, it was just better written. The characters were more fleshed out. You know, it was just a far superior thing. And then we were
To me,
getting the
though,
snake. We were getting the Snake Men, which was robbed from us from the original He-Man, because that whole season, next few seasons, were going to be the Snake Men in the original He-Man, which would have made them ridiculous. And we got to see the sinister serpent people in the 2010, which we wouldn't have gotten in the other one. They would have been just another knockoff of Hordak and another knockoff of Skeletor, just serpents. Because they were just, it was cookie cutter molding, you know, they were just stamping them out and they were all the same, you know. It wasn't until She-Ra the movie that we actually got a little bit of a darker story. And then when She-Ra came out as a series and they bled over into each other, that carried over that darkness with Hordak into He-Man's universe.
see, but if we're talking about nostalgia, I want to just go back to exactly how I seen it. Like, if something today, I judge that in a whole different light. Like, I'm not even putting a scale on, like, this is better because the script's better today. That's like, I look at that under a whole different light. And I just feel like, I get it, like, if you're not into sitcoms, but to me, like, kind of writing off 90% of sitcoms, that's like you're going in an art gallery and you're removing a whole genre. Like,
Yeah,
if you're
it's
like, you're like,
limiting
I
the
don't,
content.
that's like saying I don't do abstract art, or I
No.
don't do impressionists, or I don't, like, you're missing out on a lot if you're writing off sitcoms.
Well, no, there's sitcoms that see, remember, certain things may gravitate to you than others. And you know, some people have different tastes. Like I love Kings of Queen and you know, all that stuff that was coming out around that time. Everybody Loves Raymond. That stuff I could get with it. It just kind of resonated with me more than watching Friends or Frasier. But even Frasier I watched a little bit more. But
Yeah,
like,
I love
I wasn't a
Frasier and
big,
Cheers.
you know this, I'm not a big Seinfeld fan, but I didn't like his comedy either. You know, I got it. I got his impact in the comedy space, but like I just, it didn't resonate with me as
You
far
didn't
as
even watch. You didn't even watch Friends, if I remember.
no. I
Right.
tried to. I tried to watch, you know, Seinfeld. I watched a good part of it.
The funny thing though is, the funny thing about Seinfeld though is his improvisation, his humor that's based on things he's noticing
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's very observational. Yes.
is kind of different though, because when you watch the show, and Floyd, you can back me on this, you always got the three intersecting plots that was the genius of Larry David. So
Yes.
he would have like three character arcs crescendo in the end. Like you'd get a lot more than I can hear what you're saying. Like if you only saw a few episodes of Seinfeld, because you would assume that all this is just going to be some kind of schlocky observational humor and not much writing. But believe it or not, there's always like 3 story arcs that brilliantly.
Oh yeah,
come
well
together
the main
crescendo.
characters, it was Elaine, it was Jerry, and
Mhm.
then it was
Kramer. I mean,
Kramer.
the thing is that
Uh,
it's
well, Kramer was like the fourth wheel. I mean, who was the balding guy?
Costanza.
Costanza.
Costanza. And usually when you got an ending for him, it was right there at the end, and it was like a big blow up or something, or he walks out, or
Yeah.
it wasn't a complete end to his, but you had these 3 intersecting stories with all these characters, and with other characters coming, like Newman, and them kind of passing through, but both, I mean, it really was a story about nothing but living, because there was nothing big telling, there was
It
no
was just like
major
just things
events.
happening in your life, and
Yeah, it would be like sitting
situational.
and watching your friends' lives,
Mhm.
But don't let him fool you, Ryan.
Don't-
This
no.
kid loved He-Man, and he loved
I
Transformers.
did say that. I've already talked
Yeah,
about
and
no
I couldn't
Transformers.
get you
Okay,
away from
there's a
those
different there's a
TVs.
difference between the level of storytelling we got with Transformers and He-Man. Same thing with G.I. Joe. There was-
Joe.
especially when you look at the mini series that came out, the 3 of them before we got the series, and then later, like towards the end of everything, and the movies.
Well, but what I'm saying to you is different. Why are you trying to view something of your childhood under your adult version's light? Why revisionist history this?
Well, I'm not revision history. I'm a different person than I was when I was a kid.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
It's not a thing where like I have nostalgia for it, but it's not my nostalgia for it.
Why re-review it under yourself now as an adult? Do you understand what I'm saying? Those are 2 different people. Who you were then and who you are now. Why now look at it like,
Well,
oh, it wasn't that great? Why do that?
well, because like it's going back to okay, I'll put an example of this. We had a restaurant in San Antonio that my dad grew up going to called Brown's. Had the best cheese enchiladas you'll ever have in your life. And it was the shit. I mean, like it was the best. Like I
People
guarantee
would
you,
drive from all over Texas.
they would
just
ship
to
it
have
all over the world, all over the U.S., just so people could have those enchiladas.
Because
when
once
those-
you had it, you were hooked.
You'd get a craving for it. You drive down, you'd go get it, or you'd call them, have them ship it to you. They freeze dry it, ship it out to you, and you'd have it like whenever. But
Never as good.
they got bought by another owner. They got repurchased by
No,
another.
the son took it over.
It doesn't
and
matter.
he-
It was
to
it was
save-
still
to
like,
save
but they
money. He
changed.
started changing things.
Correct.
He started tweaking the recipe, and it lost. It wasn't
Everything
quite
that
the
it
same.
was.
And people who tasted it instantly knew that it was different and started complaining. So the restaurant started to go downhill. Eventually, it was bought out by somebody else who tried to return it to what it was. They got really close with those enchiladas. But by that time, that they had damaged the reputation of the restaurant, and most people were like, I don't want to go there anymore. It doesn't taste right. That eventually they closed, and there was no saving it after that. So I'm just explaining the restaurant thing. Now
Okay.
you go in and
So-
show your.
It's to me, it's like that. I enjoyed it when I was a kid. I can't go back and taste it again and get that same feeling because I'm a different person now. I have the nostalgia. I have like the love of it. I still love He-Man. I can talk about my memories of it, but it's hard for me to go back to it when I've had better things. It's not like I'm better than this cartoon. I can reminisce it with you, but I can't go back to it now. I'm like, my palate has changed to be able to try to enjoy
But
it.
I think what Ryan is asking, why can't you go back and look through it through the time frame it came out with and enjoy it for what it was with at that time? Because
But I'm
we
a
know
I'm a
everything
different
changes
person
as
now.
we go.
I can't. I've tried. It doesn't resonate with me because like I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's like here's this game that's really good, but then Terminator. Here Terminator 1 versus Terminator 2. Terminator 2 is my favorite movie as far as between those two. Terminator 1 started it all. I love that film. Nothing wrong with it. But I will always go back to 2 and watch it over 1. But I
So
love both.
let me ask you a question.
I don't know how to explain
With
it. I don't know how to explain it.
like Final Fantasy, you love that original game. The
7. Yeah.
I'm not talking about the others, but now you've seen it remade twice now,
Mm-hmm.
and you still love it. Does that mean that you don't love the original as much as you did because you've played these better versions?
No, because I'll still always go back to that one. But that's a difference because that game was more impactful and left a more of an impression on me and has been around with me more than that watching He-Man. I haven't watched it since I was a kid. That's the thing, right? Is like I not that person anymore. It's hard for me to go back to watch something that I haven't watched since I was 6, maybe 6. And then like I tried to watch it. I tried to watch it with my son, and it's like trying to hang out, I guess, with a weird friend that you sometimes you just like you I don't know how to explain it. I really don't. I know how to explain it. The only thing I can say is that I'm just not that person anymore. Like I can go back and watch most movies, like because I love them. Like I can watch Big Trouble in Little China. I can watch all the things I enjoy and I talk about and I rewatched them all. Like I literally stopped watching He-Man when what my mom did, and when I watched the 2016 or the 2010 or 20X series. This is what I was like, man, this is like what my imagination, like I don't know how to explain it. I really don't. And it's like I'm not trying to be like I don't like abstract art or whatever. It's like I'm not being a snob. I can't. It's been out of my life, But I have watched that one series and I really liked it. I liked the direction. It was a more mature. It resonated with me more as an adult than it resonated with me when I was a kid, when I watched it as a child. I don't know how to explain it. I mean, I'm not trying to downplay it. I loved it. I did love He-Man. I still love He-Man. I love the idea of He-Man. And the funny thing is, I have more fondness of the new adventures of He-Man than I do than the original, because like that show was like, even that was really good. It had really good, like the story was cool. It's like He-Man went off into space and was doing new adventures outside of Eternia. It took the character, it actually made him a little bit better. He wasn't goofy. He wasn't even Prince Adam anymore. He literally took the mantle of being He-Man.
So
what's up,
He-Man
Disney?
2000. We're talking about He-Man 2002. I
Oh,
keep
yeah, 2002.
2010.
So I was at 2002, 2000X. I exit like in 10. But like even the New Adventures of He-Man that came out.
But the New Adventures of He-Man was too much. There were so many cartoons like that. What was the ones with the people who had the hologram?
The Visionaries.
Calves, the Visionary, and then there was the Knights of King Arthur, which that had holograms in it, and all of them kind of looked like they could be from the same universe because they were done by the same company. So I detested Adventures of He-Man. But I love the figures because they were great for
Mhm.
creating different figures, you know. But I really didn't. That whole thing they did with Skeletor
Well,
and
that was goofy. That the whole making him cybernetic and all that other stuff. Yeah. Um, but I don't know. I don't know how to explain to you, Ryan, why I can't go back to it. I can't. It's one thing if it was like Thundercats. I never stopped watching Thundercats. I never stopped watching Voltron. Um, it was just there was an absence, like a friggin' 30 some year absence from watching that, or more from watching that show. But
Mhm.
I don't know. I can't explain it to you, man. I don't know. I and it doesn't diminish like your love for it, you know. And that's the thing is like it's just like my perspective, and I can't change that. Like like we were talking about Akira, right? You know, I have the poster right here, or right over here. I love that film. I've watched it in subtitle. I went and saw it in theater twice. I watched the original dub with Cam Clark and like all those guys. Like, and that was the one for the longest time. And then we got the retouched up version from Pioneer, which brought in John Young Bosch to be Kaneda, and the guy who was the voice of Knives from Trigun. So it's like I love both versions. Like I do love the original dub more, but I'm a fan of Johnny Young Bosch, so it's like I can enjoy his portrayal of it. But you know, it's a give or take situation. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's remember we're all of our tastes are different versus like our perspective on life and like where we our experiences, and um and I don't want you to like think that like I'm dogging He-Man. I love He-Man, man. I get the importance of that cartoon. I loved it as a kid. I'm just not that kid anymore. That and it's just that cartoon. I don't know. I just didn't. I it was a little too goofy. But I would love to get my son into it. I just don't know if he'll have the attention span. I tried. We watched the first like 5 episodes. He just didn't have interest. I haven't tried to watch the 2002 version with him, but it's one of those things. He's still stuck in the Roblox world. I got to get him out of that stuff and start showing him things. But he loves Transformers. He loves Pokemon. He loves GI Joe. He loves Mario. He loves most things. He loves Spider-Man. But trying to get him outside of his boundaries is a challenge sometimes, and that's something that us as parents do struggle with. Let me see. I don't know, man. What else? I mean,
I'll never forgive you.
okay, I'm sorry.
I'm kidding.
I'm sorry.
I'm kidding. No, it's like one of these things too. I'd almost like, if I want to look at like a cultural, it's a product of its time in that, let's look at something like a Norman Lear show,
Mhm.
Good Times, right?
Oh yeah.
If you like, and if we can avoid any Cosby jokes for these examples, but if you look at like the progression of Black culture and history being documented on a sitcom, and you looked at like the progression from like a Good Times, Sanford and Son,
Mm-hmm.
the Jeffersons, all the way up to like Cosby Show or Fresh Prince, there's a definitive line up there of sophistication and changes in set dynamics and scripts, and just stuff did elevate over time. But I guess what I was trying to say, for me, I like to like go back and dumb it down, or I like the variety of levels of shows, like, and sometimes a show being stupid is all I need. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh
And
yeah,
sometimes depending on the mood I'm in. And it's like when I watch Looney Tunes, if they put a script in that, fuck you. Don't put a script in Looney Tunes. Like, you want that shit to be the most fucking off the wall, zany, crazy fucking shit. It's like we're tiny, we're toony, we're all little loony. It's like once even Tiny Toons, right? You want that shit to be stupid sometimes.
Oh,
So
yeah,
it's just
yeah.
like I want my shows to be dumb sometimes.
Even
And
those,
it's
though,
just
I
like,
love those. I still can watch those. I have no problem watching it. It's just like, I don't know. It's. I guess it's like because of the event that happened with my mom. Like I just can't. Like it's like I almost have a block. I can't reconnect to myself at that one point with that show. I still love it. Remember, like what am I collecting right now? As far as the and hold on, let me say this. Dizzy's been here a while. Slim Nim's here. What's up, guys? Sorry, I needed to say that. Let me, I'll catch up with chat here in a minute. But
what's up, guys?
like, what am I collecting as far as He-Man? Right. Right now I'm collecting the new Eternia figures because I love the new designs and the more modernized takes on the classic characters. They look great, and they're based on the original concept ideas for the characters when they were trying to draw them and what they were going to do for the show. That's why they're supposed to be like a modernization of them if they were done today, right? So I love that. I always love taking something or buying a toy that represents what my imagination saw of these figures. Or when I buy a toy, I like to buy a toy that is as close to screen accurate as I can. So, which is the second part of this, is that I'm
You could do
collecting.
the same thing with cars.
Yeah.
You could be like,
Mhm.
it's like you got a vintage car guy and you got a modern car guy, and the guy in the 70s Firebird is going to fight with the guy with the modern Firebird.
Oh yeah.
They're not going to agree.
Right. Exactly. But that's okay.
But neither one is better.
Exactly. It's only in our tastes, right? But there was some great shows back then. Like you were just talking about, like Good Times and Sanford and Son. I love those shows. I love the Cosby Show, man. That stuff was great. Regardless of what Bill Cosby did in the end, it's whatever. But that show still had an impact. But at that time, like, it's funny because, as we're growing up, we're only exposed to certain things that are all around us. Like, I luckily was exposed to anime way before it was a thing here, because my dad was part of the group, one of the fan clubs that was importing stuff from Japan. They were bringing it here. They were dubbing it and just changing it on VHS tapes to different people. And but that group became not Funimation. It was ADV. So, the guys that did Evangelion and all that other stuff. Like, my dad wasn't part of that when they became a company, but he was there in the beginning with the club. So was my Uncle Ray and his cousin. And, so I was exposed to anime before, like, before a lot of people were. I wouldn't say like I was but as far as like some of the more modern stuff outside of Speed Racer and Mazinger Z or Transor Z, we were getting access to that stuff. That's how I originally saw Akira, was on a VHS tape that was recorded and happened to be dubbed. What's up, Storms? How you doing, man? But yeah, no, it's like, and going back to what I was saying is like I'm collecting the cartoon versions of the He-Man figures because I do have the nostalgia for it. I just don't have the nostalgia for the stories of it, I guess, because it's like I'm removed from it for so long. And that's something that I can't help. But yeah, you're right. Like, people are going to be car guy. Prime example, right? We're both just gamers. We play everything. But there's a group of people that are in our community that are retro gamers, legitimately. Like, that's all they do is play retro games. And that's fine. There's people that play just modern games, and that's totally fine too. But there is definitely this whole thing where it's like, oh, you play modern, or oh, you play retro, and it's like, dude, get the hell out of here. We're just gamers, man. We don't need to have these stereotypes. Just fuck it. It doesn't matter. But totally, yeah. I don't know. I do miss it. Like, I wish I could like it, but um sometimes animation could be different than film, because I know some people can't stand like black and white pieces or early silent films. But like being a cinephile like we are, oh, I love that stuff. I love looking back at history and seeing these films. But film is different than animation sometimes, and sometimes those stories are different too. And it's okay to like want something that's dumb and that like takes you back. And we got so much distractions right now. We got things that like really put us in an oppressing mood, or we're dealing with like just life, and sometimes we need those things to distract us from that. And that's okay. That's totally fine. I love like watching the Sam Fleischer Superman stuff.
Flex.
Like,
I
yeah,
mean,
Max Fleischer.
Max. Yeah,
Yeah.
Max Fleischer.
That stuff is great.
You got to remember, cinema and cartoons have always been a way of distracting people, because you look back all the way into the 40s and then even into the 30s, the people needed to be able to go see something just for an hour to get away from what was going on in the world, and that's what these things provided us.
Yeah.
But are we still talking about the He-Man thing?
Well, we're kind of branching into like, sometimes like sometimes you want something to be dumbed down a little bit. Sometimes you want to have that like you're not thinking, you're on autopilot, but you want that like nostalgia. Like, you think of Looney Tunes, you think of Tiny Toons or Tom and Jerry, and just even like just going to like the old sitcom shows that like we were talking about, the importance of like Good Times and Sanford and Son, and the Cosby Show and stuff of that time, like how important it was for like historically for black TV show.
I mean, Sanford Son and the Cosby Show were totally different eras.
Oh yeah, definitely they were.
I mean,
yeah,
No, that was it. Floyd, if you heard the context,
I didn't. I had to
saying-
go clean up a mess.
I was saying that there was the context was that if you could trace from like the Norman Lear shows, like Good Times, where those shows started culturally, all the way up through like what Cosby Show ended up being, or Fresh Prince, just elevating the story arcs and the sets and everything. That was saying, like, comparing it to the more kind of juvenile cartoons of the earlier era with the stuff. But I was also saying, like, it depends on the mood you're in sometimes. Like, sometimes you want something dumbed down like a Beavis and Butthead where you can turn your mind off, and they're just really slapstick, or they're just fart jokes and dick jokes, or sometimes you want something that's more like a Futurama with like a lot more references and cultural things in there. You know what I mean? That's more like a little bit snarky kind of jokes, It just depends like what kind of humor or mood you're in.
It's also too like it depends on the relatability of whatever you're watching. Sometimes like people need something that is something they can relate to in their situation, or sometimes you need some kind of escapism. Like you can ask my dad, like shows that I loved back then were Knight Rider, it was Airwolf, it was Miami Vice, it was like these cop dramas, like they were serialized stories. They weren't necessarily like the sitcom, the situational things of real life situations, with either funny circumstances or a moral lesson that would be learned depending on whatever the storyteller they were telling. So, and it just depends, because like I was more into the serialized thing, and then it happens just because the fact, I guess, my dad was a comic book reader, and so I was exposed to that. Not a lot of people were exposed to comics back then. I mean, some were, some were lucky that their parents went and, maybe they were out and about and they were at their grocery store or the whatever medical place or for medicine and stuff like Eckerd's or Walgreens, and they had the comics there, because sometimes
So
you wouldn't find those in toy stores and stuff.
you had to understand the lineage of things. There have been sitcoms since the 20s, and even on radio there were sitcoms, there were serious shows, there were other things like that, and each generation took what they loved about those things, like cartoons and movies and television shows, and they just built on them. Like, I know that y'all mentioned Norman Lear. Yes, he did a lot for changing of television, but
Yeah.
he was a fan of the Dick Van Dyke Show, which was a show that was groundbreaking.
Mhm.
It showed real couples sleeping in the same bed. It had sexuality. It had a women's lib. It had all these things that people hated, but they brought it into your living room and made it more acceptable and normal. And Lear just was one of those people who came from that, and then he took it even beyond that. There's just been a lot of them. I was watching a really good thing with God, here we go again. My favorite comedian, Young Frankenstein. Come on.
Peter
Uh,
Boyle.
No,
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 you're
no.
talking about
No, Brooks.
Mel Brooks.
Mel
or-
Brooks.
Yeah.
And he's been around for almost all of it. And he was
Mhm.
talking about the history of comedy, television, and everything. And we're going to lose those people. We're going to lose that history because they're all getting extremely old, and we're losing them already.
Yeah.
And without having that person who was there when it happened, everything from that point will be conjecture based on people's opinion about what happened. So, and that kind of ties into what Vince is doing with when we were talking about the He-Man. He moved beyond that, and his taste and everything likes have changed. So he can't get back to that child who watched that innocently. But he experienced it, so it was there. He can bring it back to his mind. He can remember it. He just can't quite get there. And I think in a way we should all be little scholars, historians, and learn as much about the things we enjoy, because the people who help create them will go away, and then you will be the new caretakers of that history. There were so many cartoon shows that most people have forgotten. Jason the Real Warriors. There was the Inhumanoids. There was the ones about the robots that looked like R2 that were going around that became popular. There was the ones that they turned into the wind-up tiger, lion, serpent. I forget what they were. And the little guy, the kids would ride in their heads and control them, but they weren't controlling them manually. They had a link to them with their minds. I thought friggin' Captain Planet was the most hideous thing ever created. But I understand where it was coming from.
I love that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know you loathe it. He hates Captain Planet.
And I knew kids that loved that show. So we don't have to like everything that everybody else likes. We all have our own likes, dislikes, but we can't change the one thing we should never do is try to rewrite history or retcon something in the past. We have to think of it for the time frame it came from and remember that,
Mm-hmm.
and then to remember where everything that came from that is now.
And hopefully be able to usher in new audiences to experience it. Like, don't take what I'm saying as a reason why not to experience like the original He-Man. That was what's great is like it's okay for us to have different opinions, have different tastes in things, because then that's how we experience new things. Because sometimes like you may be able to tell me, Ryan, like something that's gonna make me just snap and go, okay, I'm gonna watch it. It's been so long, I'm gonna go watch it. And sometimes you may not. Like, and that's the thing for all of us. We can just do that. Like, we've talked about my science project. I talked about Blue Thunder. We talked about a couple things, and like Shodes told me that he's been watching some of the movies that we've been listening. He's like, man, these are awesome. He loves them, and it's like that's the only thing we can do is like, hey, there's this. It's fantastic, at least in my opinion. This is what's great about it, and go check it out. And then now this movie that's been dead for since the 80s or even longer gets new shelf life because someone found it because of word of
It's
mouth.
new.
And then that's what was the magic about like working in a video game store was being able to tell kids that were coming in. I was a high school student. So like, hey, check out this game. You like this modern one. Well, why don't you check this one out? It's very similar, or it's the origin of it. Or like with my dad working at a comic book shop was being able to usher kids into the backstock of these old comics to see where like Superman came from, or where like they want to know this origin of the Hulk fighting Wolverine. Some of that stuff wasn't as expensive back then as it is now, but you're the gatekeeper to usher in the new people to this product that otherwise they would never see. And especially now we have this like responsibility to teach this next generation of kids about this stuff, because it's going to be forgotten, or it's going to be completely changed from the originality of it into something completely different. And then it may put a bad taste in that whole generation, and they just give up on it. And which is why my complaint about Star Wars. You're talking about something that had a staying power for like 40 something years, and then Disney comes in and they ruin it. It's not making any money now. No one wants to watch the shows. And I don't want to go
J.J. Abrams.
I don't want to go into like a rant about Star Wars, but that is a prime example. We're losing these great iconic shows and movies because we have people stepping into the responsibility of either writing, directing, casting these characters or these stories that are destroying franchises, that are ruining like the magic of this stuff. They don't understand the history. All they want to do is they like the character, and then they want to change it for whatever they want to do. And it's like, you can't do that. You could tell a what if story. That's why there was Elseworlds. There was Marvel's What If. So like, do it. But don't like make this the new definitive version of something when there was already a pre-existing one out there. And then like go in and go, well, I'm going to tell this story that exists in this old thing that ruins everything. But then because they don't understand where it came from, they don't have any context or history. That's why it's so bad. Like between like the 80s, 90s, early 2000s with like comic book movies, and how that they, you had directors and studios that didn't understand what the source material was, and they just
didn't like it. They didn't like
they,
it, but they knew it was going to make them money,
yeah.
and they put it out anyway.
So it's so important. Like you said, He-Man is very important for what it is. It's a good show. It's not everybody's going to like it, but it's something that does deserve to be viewed. We need to see the origin of this stuff to understand where it came from. Kevin Smith is a great reason. He said that, I was a big fan. He would never watch the cartoon. He's already admitted it. He never played with the toys. He was too old for that stuff. So he got the role to write this show and completely killed He-Man. Killed like the toys off the shelves. It was literally about to go off the shelves. Remember, Mattel was going to literally just completely take it away. And it's like, because you put the wrong person in the wrong place for this. Look at Michael Bay. He freaking touched those 2 Turtle movies. They're garbage. And then I don't know. It's just like, get somebody who's passionate about this stuff to write these stories that want to work on it. Like Peter Jackson with the Lord of the Rings, or Jon Favreau with not only Iron Man, which technically, kind of started it did start the MCU, and it really kind of started this skeletal structure for what we got, up to Endgame. And then like he was trying to save Star Wars with Mandalorian, but like he got stopped because they don't want the old guard of things, because it's like, kill the past. Let's rewrite history. Let's change everything for what? Like,
That's because people don't understand they don't have to destroy what came before to expand on it. There are some universes that are large enough to encompass all kinds of stories. You didn't have to tell a Luke Skywalker or anything else. You could just tell another story within the universe and got to do your thing. But they always want to step on the shoulders of giants. They want to take that credit and belittle whatever's gone before so it makes them look better. They don't want to have to put in the effort to get to where other people got to. And the same thing happens in comics. You see all these people who want to do their version of Captain America instead of creating a similar type character who is racially one way or has a sexual bend to him. You don't have to go and ruin Cap to tell a story about something else and be good. Cap, you know how many times Captain America was almost pulled? He went through so many changes throughout history, and they even wrote it into the story. It's like he was nomad twice, man with no country. There were a lot of things they did, but it was a generational thing, and it adapted by the generation, by each generation. Cap was reinvented for each generation while holding on to the past. You can do it. It can be done. People just don't want to do it. They don't want to have to live up to anything. They'd rather then take the credit for themselves,
off the backs of the success of others, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's called stolen valor. You see it all the time.
And in our situation with society at the moment, it's so important that we had these icons to look at for like beacons of hope, or like what could be a way to live your life. And we don't, it's like, that's gone now. We've destroyed like a lot of these things that were so important.
Got a big rounds.
Yeah, you're good, brother.
Gumby and Pokey.
Oh man, I love that cartoon. That was the claymation, that show.
Yeah, that was on when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
The original and the Blockheads.
I mean, it's such a missed opportunity too, because there's no reason why we shouldn't have Muppet Babies. Any way to watch that on Disney Plus? Why isn't there? I want to watch those episodes where them reliving Star Wars moments. Those are my favorite episodes of Muppet Babies, and it's like I can't show that to my son because I don't have access to it unless I get it illegally or whatever. I can't. You can't even buy it. Because some of this stuff isn't even out on some kind of physical media.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another problem. There's tons of stuff that unfortunately that are going to be lost to the sands of time, either because they just don't exist anymore, and it's so Dizzy said he has a couple. He's glad he has a few on VHS. That's awesome, man. Like, dude, and that's it's so important with like keeping physical media. It's good to have like digital stuff for convenience reasons, right? But it's a different thing to like have an archive, even if just personal, because some of the stuff can be pulled at any moment. It can be destroyed, forgotten, completely changed.
Well, look at the Muppets, the Muppet Show.
Mm-hmm.
If you go and look at the episode listings, and then you go buy those box sets like I picked up, there's episodes missing, and it was because what was appropriate then is now deemed inappropriate. So instead of being brave enough to just put them on the set and letting the people judge for themselves, they've just decided themselves to censor themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So there's episodes will never be shown again unless there's this big social flip and it all of a sudden becomes acceptable.
The problem,
so stuff gets lost.
Yeah, stuff gets lost. So culturally, things change and things just may not be PC anymore. And instead of like looking at it from a perspective of this is a moment in time in history, yeah, it may be offensive, but it's a snapshot in time of what life was like. It's like if we completely burn our past, we're doomed to make the same mistakes in the future. And you know, it sucks.
Let Disney know that the '90s cartoons are on Disney.
So
Plus,
there's no It was on Disney Plus. I think. Let me check. I think it's still on there. Where's my phone?
the ones that you can't find are the ones from the '60s, like all the Marvel hero stuff,
Mm-hmm.
like Captain America, Hulk, Iron Man, Thor. There's even a few episodes of Avengers.
Well, even like the '90s cartoon show, like the Iron Man.
It's on. It was on.
Was the Hulk on there
all those
also?
were on. The Hulk was on there, and both series, because there's 2 Hulk cartoon shows. And recently they had Hulk Agent of Smash on there.
Well, I know a lot of the Disney, the Disney Kids, and then what was the other one that they did that show?
Yeah, all that new stuff is on there, but they cycle them through, so you have to watch. Right now, they've even got the Ultimate Spider-Man on there. They've got what was the one with the nanites where they go to the Earth's duplicate to fight the high evolutionary. What was that called?
Well, you mean Ultimate Spider-Man was where he went to the. Well, there's Ultimate Spider-Man
Well,
there, but there's Spider-Man
there's Ultimate
Unlimited.
Spider-Man, which was on
Spider-Man
was the
Unlimited
long-running
was the
series.
one that was the sequel to-
Unlimited is the one with the nanite suit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was on there when I last checked.
Yeah. I know it's here on digital, but they don't have it physical on Blu-ray. But yeah, Disney, if you got Disney Plus, you can watch the '90s
Yeah.
Spider-Man right there.
They even had that Avengers series that which one was where Wasp was the leader,
Yeah.
and
Well, there was the Agents of Smash. There was all that too.
no, well, this one was older. It was like in the mid '80s. It was before the other Avengers stuff came out. They were all stylized. It was Hawkeye, it was Wasp, Captain America, and Iron Man weren't even part of the team anymore, but they would have guest appearances. Thor had a guest appearance on there. Tigra was on it. It was almost like it was the West Coast Avengers, but they didn't call it that.
Mm-hmm. Josh said that they confirmed that the Muppet Babies would least likely be available for streaming due to copyright and trademark difficulties.
That's what Jim Henson.
It's a Jim Henson thing because of the fact that
they had a falling out.
Yeah, because I know that they own the Muppets. I know that at least the Muppet Show, they own Star Wars, so they wouldn't be a Star Wars thing because there's Star Wars clips in it. But I think there was other shows that they were, they remember because they put like those clips of the stuff from in the show in the cartoon, so that could be part of it. But yeah, I think it might be the Jim Henson Studio stuff.
And I don't blame them. Disney did Jim Henson wrong.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know. It just sucks because I just don't know where we're gonna go with film. Like watching Sonic 3, and I know Josh is still here, so we can't go into it, was really good. I mean, it had a really good message. It had like really good character building moments. It had some ups. It had some downs. The action, the CGI was great.
I love the John Wick moments.
Yeah, I know. Hey, come on, Keanu Reeves in a Sonic movie. This is great. Let's go. But yeah, I have high hopes for what they're gonna do with this franchise. It's really good, but seeing the fight with So, and I'll just say this, and I'm not gonna spoil anything, but seeing the fight with Sonic and Shadow, where's my Goku and Vegeta fight? Come on, guys, where's my live action Dragon Ball movie? You can do this. Just, you know what? Let me write it. I'll write it. I'll direct it. You guys help pay for it and help with the. I'll go over the visual style of this, and it'll be a great movie. But I'm talking to, you know, I'm some dude. on a
The
podcast.
problem with that is that
It would
you
be too
can't
expensive.
even-
It'd be too
well, no.
expensive.
No, it cannot be. No, there are some movies that are would be much more expensive. That's not the problem. The problem is there are too many cultural warriors who would get angry if you cast the wrong
Tip.
people.
Right.
You know,
Right.
and that's why, because I loved Ghost in the Shell. I
I
know
did too.
there was some differences, but I loved it.
I did too.
But it was ruined by people in their
Okay.
social justice.
It was ruined by that. It was also ruined by people who never watched the show, read the
Show,
manga, watched the movie, understood anything about the world and the concept that was done with that, to understand that Motoko was a Caucasian sexbot design, even though she was Japanese in mentally, her brain, but her body was Caucasian. And that is canon by the creator of the series and in every anime and book. So therefore, casting Scarlett Johansson to me and you was perfect because she fit the role. And she deserved that role because of her ability to do Lucy by Luc Besson.
Yeah, she embodied the
Motoko.
Colonel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that like this was a
Um,
good origin film. I think that if like we would have gotten a second film and they could have done this, because this was an origin film. This is the birth of Section 9. This was
Yeah.
the start of like all this stuff that could have happened, and it would have been great. But they didn't, they didn't work out because people had this like arbitrary offense to it that was bullshit.
And see, that's what bothers me with them ever doing a Robotech movie, them ever doing an actual adaptation of Akira.
I
It's
want
just
this on big
gonna-
screen. I want it. I want it.
Sometimes we just can't have nice things.
No, we can't, because no one wants to put forth the money or allow someone to have the creativity to make something to make something special. On the level of like Star Wars, on the level of the Matrix, with that original trilogy, these things that were groundbreaking, that broke the way storytelling was done. It took and practical effects to a whole new level, adding these ability with like CGI and everything, and then it became too much. But like, you look at what Cameron's doing with the Avatar films and stuff, and he's creating new technology that'll be something utilized in film for decades to come.
Decades, well, centuries maybe.
Yeah, and
Because he's
it's like it's groundbreaking. Like that second film was great, and I can't wait for the new one. But like what Josh said though, like Matrix is just 30 years ago. Like, what movie have we had that like has broken that ground? I mean, on the level of like the Matrix or Star Wars, and within the last 30 years, other than Avatar. Yeah, I mean, the first one, you can say that there's elements in it that is very much Ferngully, but it's the same thing. It's just like
it's also a Western.
It's exactly. It's also Western.
It's cowboys and Indians, and
Mm-hmm.
the mining company who hires the bad guy to run the good people out of town or run the Indians off of their property. Yeah, I mean, most good stories borrow from history or life.
Well, and it's also kind of, in a way, you could say Magnificent Seven or Seven Samurai a little bit, right? Because there was a group of people that helped rally to stop the the humans from invading and destroying So It's in a way.
And see, this kind of goes back to what we were talking about. You have Akira Kurosawa, who makes the Seven Samurai,
Mhm.
which is so good that he influences a later director who wants to make a Western. So he turns Seven Samurai into the Magnificent Seven, which is a great, fantastic movie, but it's Caucasian. Then you go back and you look at Akira Kurosawa, and he says, well, my movie, The Seven Samurai, is based on old American Westerns.
Mhm.
So with this, it just keeps feeding each other. And then, then we had the new remake, which wasn't bad, an update. But the problem is you can't do that anymore.
Mhm.
It seems like it's against the rules to be influenced by anybody else but
Well,
someone of your own.
they say it's what is it, cultural appropriation or whatever,
Yeah,
or something.
yeah.
I think there's another term for it, but it's like you can be influenced by things. There's nothing wrong with that. Like making a film that's very similar in a way, that's paying homage to something. It's a level of respect. Why not allow that to happen? We used to have movies like that all the time, and now it's like you can barely get that done.
And then you can't find a dub anymore. Everything's in the appropriate language, except in America. But you still have in Japan and other countries where they're dubbing over the English language in Spanish films and Asian films and other. But in America, we have become so uptight that you cannot watch it. It's got to be in the original language. Well,
And that's frustrating too, because like I could go, like, remember City Hunter with Jackie Chan, which is based off
Yeah.
an anime and a manga. Now, I purchased it on Vudu, or Fandango from Home, is what it's called now, and it's only subtitle. But if you go on
It-
Amazon, it's dubbed.
that,
It's
yeah.
like, why
yeah.
not give me the option? Let the viewer have the
Well,
option whether
look
they
at
want to
all
watch
those.
it dubbed
Look
or
at all
not.
all those Godzilla movies that I gave you to put on there.
Mhm.
All those digital Godzilla, they were all in English. And when you first put them on there, they were in English. I still have the English copies.
Yeah, I do too. They're over here on
But-
my shelf.
They went in and changed it as part of their company policy, and it became they only have the Asian version of them on there. I can remember as a kid watching Godzilla versus Gigan in English, and you cannot find that in English.
Yeah, even my
No.
the not the Heiser, but the Showa era
Yeah,
collection
they've done
doesn't
it
have
now.
on there.
Yeah, you can't find unless you own it. You can't watch Godzilla versus Biollante in English anymore. It just amazes me.
And that
You should be able to have the option.
you should be able to have
choose.
the option. Yeah, exactly. Let's talk about the Thomas Jane The Mist. Gojira. Yes.
Excuse me. Is that who said that?
It's Josh. Look, if someone
Yeah,
mentioned
I'm good. Can I say this? You were ready. Fuck that movie.
Yeah, sorry. And
Fuck
what Darabont,
movie.
yeah, or whatever his name is, the director of that film, he can go to hell too. I have 3 different versions of Gigan and Biollante. Dude, that's awesome on VHS. That's awesome, Dizzy. I mean, see, like
He's got the VHS
yeah,
version.
he's got the VHS versions.
See, I got rid of all my VHSs. It
Um,
kills me.
Well, and see, the thing is, I could, if I can get a copy from Dizzy, I could send it to Colin, and he could rip it to a DVD or a upscale it to a DVD or a Blu-ray. At least you could have it. But no, I'd go grab my Godzilla.
No, I still got my Biollante in English. I don't.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I just hate having to get up and go in the other room, pull it off the shelf, go and hook up my
Yes.
DVD player because I don't use it anymore.
DVD. I mean,
know?
look, yes, digital is convenient, but there's a cost sometimes. And it's great though that, like, with most modern releases of films on Blu-ray, you do to get a digital code. Sometimes you don't. Like, I just got that movie. Where'd I put it over here? It's somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, right here. I got so much shit I'm trying to like rearrange and put up and move. But like this film right here, guys. This is on Amazon. Here for Blood. This is a great horror/comedy movie about a wrestler, a amateur wrestler that goes to babysit this girl at this house while a cult comes in to kidnap her, and it just it's fantastic. But unfortunately, I got the Blu-ray copy of it. It wasn't too expensive, but I mean I think it was like less than $20. But it didn't have a digital code. So, but yeah, check this out.
But I
this is
think
awesome.
it's on either Netflix.
It's on
or
Amazon. It's on Amazon.
Amazon, yeah.
Yeah, Tib, you need to see this, man. If you haven't watched this, you and Tyler need to see this. This is fantastic. It is so good. Effing digital, all VHS DVD over here. Yeah, Tib's in here. I was just watching Predator on VHS earlier. Get to the chopper.
So Josh is like, yeah, Frank Darabont did
Missed.
Walking Dead, yeah, but well, he did The Mist, but he did Walking Dead, but he actually got thrown off the show after the first season. And how long did that show last without his little happy ass? A long time. Still running.
Here, I'll type it in here. Give me a second, Tib. What were you saying, Ryan?
Tib said, you see what Tib said? VHS for the win.
VHS for the win, Dizzy. Yeah.
That's Vince's favorite format. Vince's favorite format is VHS. It starts. That's why Floyd says he named him Vince. The first letter of VHS is V. He said my son's gonna be named Vince after VHS.
Well, technically, my first name is Floyd, so it'd be F. So it'd be
FVC.
VHS. Anyway, no. You know, I will do a video of what I have VHS left, and it's mostly anime and stuff, but
I have everything I have VHS is in a bag, a carry bag. It's just all the ones I just couldn't do without.
It's all good. It's all good. Oh yeah, so I wanted to show you guys this. I'm gonna do a video on it, but I figured I'd do this live. So this is Kit, you know, from the classic Knight Rider. Really awesome, right? So you know, the headlights go down if you want to do that, but there's a little button here.
Awesome.
Is
that from the Walmart set? I mean,
No,
set from
this is
Hot Wheels?
No.
I was about to say, damn it. I had that right here.
All right, now, okay. So, what's cool about this guy is he's not just a car.
He's a transformer. That's a transformer.
He's a transformer.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah, I'm not just a spokesman. I'm a client. So let me transform him. But you guys can talk amongst yourself for quick. But this is great. This is a great show. I loved freaking David Hasselhoff as Michael Knight and
Hasselhoff.
Right, with his song from Kung Fury. Survivor.
He's big in Germany. Isn't he big in Germany?
He's big in Germany, yeah.
He's big in Germany.
I'll be ready. I'll be ready.
Hey, yeah, he was there with the flotation devices of Pam Anderson.
I always wanted to see him get eaten by a shark.
Just because he did that show versus other stuff?
No, I just wanted to see him get eaten by a shark on the show. Give it some gravitas.
What if you had to add up all the slow motion scenes in Baywatch? Would it be like 50 hours of like slow motion jogging on the beach?
2 years of our lives.
It would
That's
be
what
it would be material for somebody.
The moment is in.
Right, yeah.
Hasselhoff wouldn't be on it.
Hey, you're not
It would
wrong on
be-
that.
it
You
would-
would not be on it
it'd
at
be-
all.
50 hours of Titanic plates moving.
All right, so here is Kit. If you look at him, he kind of looks like Michael with his red sunshades there.
I know he's black, but on my my monitor he is white and pink.
White and pink. Yeah, because your
White and pink, yeah,
LCD
because
went
my
down.
monitor's messed up. I'm like, I keep having to look at it on my phone.
Boy,
Yeah.
come on. It's 2025. He's African American.
Oh my goodness.
He
So
said he's
That,
black.
that horrible. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Hey,
I said he's black. Last time I heard it was a color. Why is he blue?
What's up, Bears? Well, he has blue on his legs, honestly, but
And his arms, right? From what I saw.
yeah. So he comes with two guns, like, you know, two blasters, a pistol and a rifle. And then he has his communicator, that wrist communicator he had in the show. Of course, it didn't come with any miniature, you know, David Hasselhoff figure to fit in the car.
Miniature David Hasselhoff? That didn't sound right.
If Kit
Don't
had
mess
been
with
a
the hop, man.
Transformer,
Kip.
Yeah. When first time he transformed, we'd see the drippings of Michael Knight flowing out
Hasselhoff
of the
D's.
vehicle.
But yeah, nah, yeah, I do want to do more of these where we just kind of have open discussions and stuff, and just instead of like you know, doing topic based. It's kind of fun to just bounce off ideas and discuss stuff. But I don't know. Ryan, what's on your mind? Let's get a deep dive on other than the fact that I hate you, Vince, because you don't like He-Man, the Filmation.
Tell him you want to pick his brain.
Tib doesn't like it either anymore.
He doesn't? Tib, wait a minute. You don't like Filmation He-Man at all? With the Four Non-Blondes music playing in the background, him going,
Dude, do you remember when that dude was walking around Comic-Con and he walked up to me singing and dancing?
yeah, as
And
Adam.
as Adam.
Yeah.
I was dying.
Oh man.
And then somebody told me it was a video, so then I was like, oh, okay, I get it now.
Yeah, the Four Non-Blondes. No. That's actually something I do have a bunch of footage from us when we went to the cons and stuff I could start uploading. I did the one for Josh with when he met we got him an autograph and everything and a picture with Kevin Nash. I loved He-Man growing up. Watched it in my 20s and was like,
You?
I don't know. So, okay, we'll ask the audience. So, what cartoon do you find hard to watch now that you loved as a kid? Let's get some engagement in the chat here outside of us reading what's going on.
Fritz the cat. Oh, wait a minute. That's a different movie.
Yeah. What was that? That's
There's Felix
Baj-
the cat. There's
Bocce.
Felix the cat. There's the other one.
Yeah, Fritz. Yeah, no.
I don't
Felix.
think this is what we thought it was going to be.
Wait a minute. What's going on? Where's his magical bat? Whoa! What is he doing to that cat? Other girl, the female cat. So Tib is He-Man. Okay. All right. See what else somebody says. Ryan, I guess we'll pose that to you. Ryan, what cartoon do you find hard going back to now that you loved as a kid?
I'm a if I liked it then I like it now guy.
Okay.
You know?
So we got the vague answer. So there's nothing that you can't think of that you were like, oh my god, why did I love this cartoon as a kid?
No, the shit that I can't watch is like Sesame Street or Reading Rainbow. Like I can't watch
Pretty
actual child.
rainbow. What's up, Googs? Cheers.
You know what I
everyone,
mean? The
drink 3 times.
difference. Like I can't watch like
The educational
kindergarten
shows,
shows.
the educational shows, I really can't go back to watching it. I mean, I would watch it with my son at the time, but
early development shows. Is that what it's called? I can't watch early
Yeah.
development.
not Arrested
I can't-
Development, but early development. Shit.
So you can't watch Word World?
Word World.
What's that?
It was animals made of words. They spelled like bear was a bear. Oh my god! Years I
Oh.
spent watching it with my granddaughter.
Okay, see that.
But
that
all
was
those
way
Channel
that's
8,
way after
Channel
us.
8.
That was way
Channel
after
8.
way after us. I don't watch.
Well, he generalized and said
because he's a cop.
the help.
Early TMNT is
Early.
hard. I don't watch Bonkers because he is a cop. What about Darkwing Duck, huh? No.
Oh, y'all, no, don't bring up Darkwing Duck again.
Let's
Early
get
Beavis and Butthead.
dangerous.
Yeah, I can do without that.
I know that was the one show you did not like. You did not like.
I liked it when it was on Liquid TV and they were shorts, but then they gave them their own show on MTV. I was like,
Are you talking about
Right.
AM Flux? 'Cause-
no, I liked the Influx too, but no, Beavis and Butthead started on as shorts.
oh, Beavis and
on
Butthead.
Liquid
Okay,
TV.
okay.
Yeah,
I didn't hear the Beavis and Butthead.
and they was like the dump, frog baseball, that kind of stuff. Then it transitioned over, and then they started giving him a real life. I knew we were in trouble when Bruce Willis starred in the movie and Demi Moore.
Bonkers is one cat show. I don't fuck with that.
Yeah, I barely watched that.
But see, I'm saying mostly stuff for me is it sucked then, it sucks now. Like, I'm just not maybe music. I'm that way. Like, I'll 'cause I can't listen to like some of that pop punk that was I listened to then.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean that could be it too.
But that's because it's too whiny now.
I love
That-
what Goog said. That's always a good thing, man. It's like he goes, "Hey Dizzy, I give cops free stuff at my work, so when they see me in public, they will remember me and leave me alone." That is a good thing. It's like when you see a tiger, you feed the tiger. When the tiger escapes, he just leaves you alone, or he follows you home, and then.
Well, what was the rule I had? Remember when I worked for 7-Eleven at night?
Mm-hmm.
Always had fresh hot coffee and food ready for them. Kept them coming in, and how'd they save my life? They were coming to get hot coffee when those guys were robbing me. I mean, that was serendipity, man.
Oh man, I love Freakazoid. Especially the
Yeah,
Comic-Con
Freakazoid.
that Comic-Con episode with Mark Hamill and everything. Oh my gosh.
I was trying to remember what Freakazoid was called. The guy with the black hair and the thing on his
The-
chest. That
yeah.
big F.
Oh, so you worked at 7-Eleven? Are you working there now? Yeah, my dad used to work there. Dad, you want to tell that story about when the
I
guys tried to rob
worked
it?
two jobs, and I was trying to make extra money, so I was working at 7-Eleven at night, and then I would go home and get ready and go to my other job, and I had a few hours between them. So one night I had to, lock the doors. It was after midnight, the beer doors and everything was locked, and I had one door open, and I was out sweeping the parking lot, changing out the trash and everything. And I saw these guys hanging out over by the parking garage for the hospital, which was right next to us. And then two other guys across the street at the bus stop. And I was like, that was the last bus is already run. Something's up. So I started slowly sweeping my way towards the door because I just knew something was going to happen. And I heard them run, and I started running. And on the ground, they have, how at 7-Eleven you have these big pole lights. So it shined a shadow, and I could see the guy, and something just told me to duck, and I could see the shadow of him coming down with something. So I stopped
and rolled not on the ground, just into a ball. And he missed my head by about, that much. I don't know if you can see it.
He missed me by that much.
That much. And I got up and I pushed one of them out of the way and I got in. I shut and locked the door and I was like, yeah, I was laughing at him. And they were like, oh, yeah, you think you're funny? You think you're funny? Open the goddamn door. We're going to break it down. They hit it with their crowbar. It didn't even phase. It didn't even shatter. It just was thunk. And so I was picked up the phone and I was calling the cops. And I got put on hold. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. They walked over and started breaking the glass on my car. It knocked out my windows and were smashing my the windshield on the front. And I was like, oh, hell no. And stupidity took over and said, hold on, I'm going to drive from now on. So I walked over, I opened the door, I stepped on the broomstick and snapped it and made a bow staff. I used to work with bow staff. We took martial arts and I was pretty decent with it. I turned around. One of the guys went at me and I whacked him on the side of the head. The other guy was coming at me and he had his arm out and I broke his arm right along here. The other one hit me in the side with the crowbar. And then the other one started kicking me. And then I was like, okay, I'm in trouble. So I started swinging the staff and got him to back away from me. And I got back into the door and I was holding it. And we were playing tug of war with the door. And I couldn't get the latch to come in. So once I got it shut, I slid I remember what happened. I couldn't get it latched because they kept pulling on it. And the one guy was yanking on it. And I thought, if I let it go, he'll fall down and I can grab the door. I let it go. Hold on. I let it go. He fell. The other guy threw the tire iron.
Oh, tire iron,
yeah. Tire iron. It went past me, smashed right into the ice cream container that we had by the back wall. That's how hard he threw it. I was able to pull the door shut, slide the pole in between the doors, locking them in place. I walked around and I just leaned up against the thing and there was nobody on the phone still. So I just kind of slid down behind the counter and just was listening at them bang on the glass, cussing me. And I was on the phone and all of a sudden I hear whoop, whoop. And it was two officers who always come and get coffee at 2:30 at my store. They drove over the median into the parking lot, took off running both ways. The people got away. One of the officers walked back and he banged at me and I said, hold on. And I got up and walked and let him in. He goes, you okay? I said, no, I can't breathe. They ended up messing up my ribs. And he was like, well, we've called it in. All of a sudden there was all these officers. My parking lot was full of cops. They took care of me until the manager got there. And
I'm changing locations.
They took me to the emergency room at the hospital right next door, where they contacted my wife, his mom, and her mother, and said, he's in pretty bad shape. You need to come to the hospital. And I got fussed at for defending myself. Why did you open the door? I said, it's our car. It's our only car. It's our only way to get to work. And then I had I think I had 3 days off work before they made me come in. And I was fussed at by the manager because Southland Corporation had a policy: if you don't fight, you let them have whatever they want and they'll leave. I said, so what if they want to kill me? Do I let them have what I want? What if there's a woman in here? If they want to rape her, are they going to do that? So they sent me to this class to deal with my anxiety. And you had to go through all these films and talk to these psychologist things. And finally they freed me to go back to work there. I still had my other job, but they let me have time off. So when I got better, I went and did my regular job and I came in. She goes, "How are you doing?" I said, "I'm fine." She's like, "Are you sure you're okay tonight?" She goes, "I've called in and we had this friend of mine who was Nigerian that worked there with. He's going to come and work half the shift to make sure that you make it through okay." I was like, "Okay, thanks, Mom. I'm fine." Um, and so things went fine for about 3 or 4 weeks. And this guy came in, and we have what are called mystery shoppers. They come in and check. They look to see if you're going to sell them beer or something else like that. Well, he came in and he was like, "I'm doing an inspection," gave me his IDs and everything. Um, and I walked him around. He checked the bar door, the doors to the where the beer was, made sure everything was locked. He does everything. And I was doing something behind the counter, and I bent over. I'd been wearing a big old hammer under my smock, stuck in my belt. Um, and he goes, "What is that?" I was like, "What?" And he goes, What is that?" I said, "A hammer." And I raised up the smock, and he goes, "Why are you holding a hammer?" And I said, "Just in case." He goes, "What do you mean?" And then he goes, "I know who you are. I know what was happened. I was here to check on you. You're not supposed to have that." And they wrote my ass up over that. Well, while I was on suspension down the street towards Park Place in Broadway, there was these guys hit another 7-Eleven and they shot the clerk. And I was like, and then I had to go in and identify them through a lineup. I was going to have to testify them. They had beat up a woman at another 7-Eleven on the other side of 45. She was going to testify, and then the person who was shot survived, and he was going to testify against them. And then we were all ready to go and do it. The day of it, we were called and said, "Don't bother coming in," because they all took a plea deal, and that was over with. But man, I tell you what, after that day, every time I went down that road, I looked for those guys when I was driving around. I just wanted them so bad.
My dad was trying to be Batman.
Your mom, you need to stop this stupid kung fu shit. I was not trying to
So,
do that.
Ryan, what were you going to ask him, man? If you remember.
Some humor to. He said this dude was yanking, and there was a pole, and then and I said I was going to say, you can't say this dude was yanking your pole on a stream titled "These Nuts."
Oh yeah. We gotta do that for Tombstone.
Have 4 guys come.
But it was fun. Who was it that said they worked for 7-Eleven?
Googs did.
Yeah, because that was a really interesting time. I mean, did you work at one that had the games on the side around by the office?
Googs, you work at one now, right? Yeah, he works at a 7-Eleven. Yeah, he works for 7-Eleven.
So you remember
does
yours have the?
Well, remember this is now, Dad. So they're not going to have probably.
No, I don't remember what they look like now because I haven't been in one in a while. And a lot of the counters are shaped different. Yeah, we had the counter, and then on the right side of the counter was a hallway to where the video games were, where people could go in and play video games.
Man, I missed those days.
And then we had the magazine rack right to my right. The register was right in front of me, and then the cigarettes and everything else to the left. And I remember one day we were doing turnover and changing everything out with the manager, and I hear this tink, and I was like, "What the hell was that?" And she was like, "I don't know." So I go around the counter and I walk over there. There's a dude, and he's cut open the lock on the game, and he's just filling a bag with all the quarters. And her name wasn't Bev. I don't remember what her name was. I told her, "Call the cops. This guy's ripping off the things." And I grabbed him and I picked him up and I was holding him up against the wall. And she goes, "Let him go. Let him go." I was like, "I got him." She
Call
goes,
the
"Hey, but
cops."
we can't hold him. We can't stop him." I was like, "Will you freaking call the cops?" One of the guys who worked with her in the back comes running up to help me, and she hollers at him to stop, and he's like sliding, trying to keep from crashing into us. And she told me to let him go, so I let him go, and he walked out of the store with the smug look on his face, all those freaking quarters in that bag, and I had to fight every ounce of me to not chase his friggin' ass down. So much, and then you'd see the shoplifting that people going up to the beer and stuff, and they had pants where they had long sleeves sewn into their pockets, and they'd slide the beer down their pants into these pockets and try to walk out. I had one kid, I had locked one. I always locked the left side of the door at night and kept one open, and I had not gotten around because I was busy and hadn't gotten around to locking the beer door. He comes in, he's talking to me, and his buddy goes towards the back, and I see him opening one of the doors. And I said, I can't sell you any beer. Well, he comes around with two 12-packs in his hand, running and laughing. His bud goes through the right door. This dumb butt, instead of going through the door, tried to go through both of them and smack them open. And he slammed into that locked door and smacked his head, had a big old red crease across his forehead. He fell back. One of the beer cases, and they're just a cardboard stuff, went up, hit the ground, beer went spraying everywhere. I was so mad because I was gonna have to clean it up. And his friends started pulling out of the parking lot, leaving him there. He drops the other beer, runs out the door, and I'm watching him run through the friggin' parking lot trying to get into the back door. They've got it holding open for him, and he can't quite get in it, and he's hollering from the stop. The guy hits the brake, he hits the door, falls to the ground. Somebody reaches out, grabs him, and drags him in the car. The door slams, and they take off. I mean, you can't pay money for that. I really did enjoy working at 7-Eleven, but it was funny, the crap that went on.
Sorry, my cat knocked something down. Socks is being mischievous. Anyway, I'm back.
I have my ex-wife if I have to call her.
Oh my god. No, we don't need to call my mom. Anyway,
Oh, I even got my write-up, I think, still in my files out in the garage. I just thought that thing was ridiculous.
all right. Anyway, let me see. Hold on. Ryan, you got anything? Wow, we got 9 people watching. This is awesome. Still had almost 4 o'clock in the morning.
That's crack of dawn.
Right. Hey man. I don't know.
We had hot dogs on that stupid hot dog thing. We didn't have any of the pizza, the wings, or any of that crap. We had those nasty nachos, that nacho cheese machine, and burritos that you could heat up.
But you had the Slurpee machine, Dad.
Yeah, we did have a Slurpee machine.
What's up, Chris? Yeah. I don't know. Where is there anything we want to discuss for another 10 minutes before we end this episode? Or if not, we can end it.
I'm lost. Moms need to speak up more. Moms are too weak. They need to speak up more.
I have multiple Slurpee machines. Yeah, that's most convenience stores now have some kind of icy or Slurpee type drink.
We had one with just 2 flavors. That 2. It was usually the Coke and then the cherry.
Ryan, did y'all have 7-Elevens down over by you? Or up in Connecticut back in the day? Brian, where'd you go?
I'm still here.
Oh, I was just saying, did y'all have 7-Elevens near y'all?
Yes.
Nice, because I know you have the Wawa and stuff or whatever that you go to on occasion.
Yeah, I prefer those. I prefer the Wawa.
Yeah, it's not what we have. We don't have one up here for those. I know we just like within the last couple of years started getting 7-Elevens again down here, because they had, I think they moved out of like down south and it all became stop and goes for a period of time, and then it was.
Well, that's
sandwiched
because
up.
Southland moved out of Southland owned 7-Eleven. I don't know if they still do. But they moved out of certain areas of Texas. They were still up here up north, but
Mhm. Yeah, no, I mean, because like the one of the 7-Elevens that we used to go to that ended up becoming a stop and go, and then it became something else.
what
Had,
was the one that was a 7-Eleven that turned into stop and pick or stop and it was just a stupid name because the owner didn't have to change all the signs. So he
yeah.
kept part of it and just renamed the last part of it.
Okay, Goose. Yeah, I forgot that you'd think you were-
What area of Texas he from?
He's in Tyler, Texas. Yeah. Yeah, because for a while there, I mean, like I remember like when you moved up to Dallas, like that was the first time I saw a 7-Eleven in like years. I was like, holy
Well,
crap!
your
in decades.
sister tells the story because when we were coming in to visit, we were going to look for homes once apartments and stuff because I knew that the job was permanent. And I was in the far lane and I saw a 7-Eleven sign and I came over 3 lanes to exit right there and go to that 7-Eleven. She's, Dad, what the hell's wrong with you? It's a 7-Eleven.
I crossed 7 lanes of traffic.
I wanted
in rush
a Slurpee
hour
so bad,
and I wanted a Slurpee. Yeah, no, man. Yeah, I have a couple friends that used to work at convenience stores and stuff. And if stories would tell, yeah, I get you. I don't know. I just remember like the arcades were awesome. Like even especially when I would come home from school and stuff and play the Alien versus Predator with my lunch money because I didn't spend it on food at school.
Yeah. Well, that was the one that used to be 7-Eleven and got
Yeah.
changed into something else.
Mhm.
We had a lot of stop and goes. Circle
Yeah.
K was around, but then they closed. But then
And
they
now
came
they're back
It
again.
was funny, yeah.
It's like I'm waiting. I know that like Toys R Us's are back, but they're not officially back yet. They're supposed to be breaking ground on their official one, and then the KB's not around.
I just don't. I heard that they were going to be in malls.
KB again?
No, Toys R Us. I didn't think
No, they were
gonna
supposed to be.
completely
Yeah, there was
standalone.
something that was announced I think last year that they were going to start putting in standalone stores. But it was only going to be like in a few states. Love 7-Eleven. They have good pizza for free. They don't pay me enough.
Well, they've changed because nothing was for free when I worked for them. You got a discount, but you didn't get anything for free.
I have to go. Laters. All right. So, no, well, yeah, I mean, that's one of the benefits when you work at a fast food place or a convenience store. Things are free.
I guess it's easier when you have it on a rack. You can just write it off as waste.
Mm-hmm.
But you had to count and inventory everything when I was there. So it was really hard to just walk over and pop out a burrito and stick it in the microwave and it not be caught in the count. Because we used to do auditing on Sundays and I hated that.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. It's a different time. I don't know. Ryan, so where are we at on this He-Man discussion?
I think y'all beat it to death.
We did what
I did.
Skeletor couldn't do.
I'll never forgive you.
Our friendship has a stipulation now.
No, I don't care that you don't like. You
I
can't
know.
watch them.
I know. You know, that's the one thing is I wish we got a proper video game for He-Man, honestly. It just kind of sucks. Like out of a thing, we should have a 4-player beat 'em up like Golden Axe, but themed as He-Man.
I could see that, a Golden Axe version of it, where or Gauntlet in
Mhm.
a way where you have He-Man and you can have different characters from the cartoon show.
Yeah,
as
Stratos
characters.
and
Yeah.
Man at Arms and yeah, totally. I would play that. I'd play a Gauntlet version of that.
Hell, they made a Crow video game. They could do that.
But yeah, I don't know. Well, yeah, I guess we can end this, guys. You good with that? We're sitting at like 4 hours. But I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. Hopefully we'll definitely be doing a couple more of these in the future. Maybe once a month we'll just have a, kind of open mic discussion with you guys asking questions or being a part of the conversation. But Ryan, thank you for being on this, man, and gracing us with your time and stuff.
Please forgive him, for he knows not what he does.
I don't know what I'm doing. I've been doing this for 4 years. I have no clue what I'm doing. I'm still learning. Dad, thank you.
I was talking about He-Man.
He-Man?
Yeah.
Hey, he just rolls with it. He just happens to roll, 69s all the time, and he's good.
That was fun. I'm glad you called me.
Yeah. Josh, thanks, man, for being here for the 4th person on this. Hopefully, probably next Saturday, if everything works out, me and Ryan and either Matt or somebody we'll be discussing the original Xbox. That's what was the original plan for tonight, but Matt had some stuff come up and he couldn't make it. So hopefully I can work with him to make sure that he's free to be able to be on the episode. Thanks everyone in chat and for all the conversation and being a part of this discussion. Had a great time. Ryan, what do you got coming up this Tuesday?
So, just the business as usual. Tuesday night, 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Taking your 80s, 90s video game requests, playing 80s, 90s toy and game footage, and dropping those daily toy commercials and video game commercials. So
you need to do that when you need to do this in the voice of Johnny Carson, dude.
Weird wild stuff.
Wild stuff. Definitely, there'll be weird wild stuff, some moments of zen, and some games at your request with me playing some cover songs.
I did not know that. Yes, sir.
Ed McMahon.
Ed McMahon, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I will be having tomorrow, or actually later today, have my episode 15 from a dad's perspective. I'll figure out what I'm going to talk about, but that'll be out sometime around noon today. But I got nothing much going on. I will be playing either BioShock or Ninja Gaiden 2 Black on Thursday. And then you will see my dad and Colin and David again on a podcast episode soon. Now that we know that my dad's computer's working good, we can actually get that going. So, but everyone, have a wonderful morning, since it's probably close to 5 where you guys are at. For some of us, it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, 3:35.
We will we'll see you again. Stay awesome and have a great one. Peace out, everyone.
Peace, y'all.